Hello, everyone. Tintier here with my Guild Wars 1 stream. We're starting kind of a new week. More Guild Wars in it. So, we're going to continue Guild Wars Beyond today, the lore playthrough. And hopefully, if things don't go tragically wrong, because I got like 5 hours and it shouldn't take that long to beat this last part of War in Kryta. But hopefully we'll finish War in Kryta today. There are, as a reminder, three pieces is not quite the right phrase that I want for it, actually. There are three story arcs for Guild Wars Beyond. There is the War in Kryta, Winds of Change, and Hearts of the North in release order. But my intention is to do Hearts of the North and save Winds of Change for last, for reasons that will have to do with the way the narratives fit together. I think that's the order that they came out. Maybe Winds of Change was last. I honestly don't remember anymore. It's been long enough since these things came out. I guess I could just look it up on the wiki, not have to resort to mysterious uncertainties. Guild Wars Beyond. Maybe Hearts of the North did come out next. Certainly that's the one that most makes sense to do next. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they weren't able to necessarily get to with Guild Wars Beyond. It's useful to remember that Guild Wars Beyond was implemented. Just let's do a little recap of stuff. So Guild Wars Nightfall came out. This is maybe not a little recap, but let's do a little bit of a recap here of some of the history of things. So Guild Wars Nightfall came out. Arena started working on Guild Wars Utopia. That was the code name for the next game. We've gotten a little bit more information about it over the years, but it's not relevant to this particular discussion, except to know that as they were working on it, they were wanting to do things that just were not possible in the Guild Wars 1 engine. And so they started getting excited about new ideas. Maybe some of the open world stuff. You'll see it in Guild Wars 2, because what they ended up doing, what Arena ended up doing, is instead of making another Guild Wars campaign where they're getting tired of having to figure out tutorials and adding in new professions and all this stuff, which I understand. I understand that their model had some challenges, because their business model was, let's release new campaigns, kind of like how Magic the Gathering releases new sets. And that was kind of their model. I think that they could have... You know what? Let's table that discussion for another time, or later in the stream. Which is another time, I guess. So, as they were working on Utopia, they're like, we want to make a sequel with a better engine that can do all of these exciting ideas that we have that we can't do in this engine. So, instead of making another sequel, they made an expansion, which is Guild Wars Eye of the North. This was meant to serve as a setup for what they wanted the sequel to be. So that's where we get the introduction of the Norn. This is where we get the stuff with the Elder Dragons being teased, with Primordus awakening at the end of Ogden's Benediction, if you remember from the Eye of the North lore playthrough, and the introduction of the Asura, of course, as well. Hey, Clean Star, good to see you. I'm just doing a bit of a recap of things before launching into things. So after Eye of the North came out, most of ArenaNet went to work on Guild Wars 2, as you would expect. That was what they were wanting to work on. That's why they pivoted from doing another campaign to doing an expansion. It wouldn't surprise me if a chunk of the developers had started working on Guild Wars 2 stuff while Eye of the North was in development, particularly pre-production side of the employee staff, which is a redundant set of words. But during that period between the release of Eye of the North and the release of Guild Wars 2, they had the live team, and the live team was responsible for implementing Guild Wars Beyond, and part of what Guild Wars Beyond was doing was addressing narrative stuff that also helped set up Guild Wars 2. So, with War in Kryta, what we are doing is we are resolving the Civil War, we are deposing the White Mantle, we're putting the royal family back in power with Queen Salma, Princess Salma right now, and where we are at in the narrative, but that's important setup for what they wanted to do with Guild Wars 2. We're going to likewise see similar things with the other parts of Guild Wars Beyond. Hey, the Judgmental Unicorn, welcome. So it was a fairly small team that released stuff, and over a period of time. So it's important to remember that with all of these pieces of content that we're seeing with Guild Wars Beyond, we did not get it as one discrete chunk. We got it in bits and pieces. So again, just kind of recapping things here. We got it in bits and pieces. So we started off with, hey, there's this camp that's shown up in the Talmark Wilderness. You know what? Let's go back to LA. There's this camp that's shown up in the Talmark Wilderness over here in Dekutu. And stuff's starting to happen there. We get the interactions with the holiday quest chain, the good deed, and all of that. Out of Eye of the North between Thackery and Gwen, we get them coming in and joining stuff. So it's a slow period of escalation. It's not really reproduced exactly because it accelerates the timeline, which is good because we don't need to spread this out over months and potentially years. I don't remember the exact cadence of releases, but it slowly added stuff. So that's part of why I spent the first part of the previous episode doing bounties, because doing bounties was kind of the thing you could do with War in Kryta for a good period of time. So, boy, I'm not bringing this team into this, by the way. We need to change things up. So yeah, we got a huge, chain of things going off. But, it was very spread out. So the pacing worked a bit differently. It's definitely faster paced here. But the other thing is that the live team had a bunch of other responsibilities too. They needed to do balance updates, and they were wanting to revise a bunch of the professions. Some of that stuff got through. The Dervish had big updates. The Elementalist has had a big update not long before Guild Wars 2 came out, or maybe even shortly thereafter. But with Guild Wars 2's release, it was an all-hands-on-deck situation at ArenaNet. The live team got pulled from Guild Wars 1. My recollection of the time, although I've been unable to find exact sources, although in searching for them I have found people referencing this, they were intending to come back after the release of Guild Wars 2, at least for some period of time, to work on Guild Wars 1. But the live team just got swallowed by Guild Wars 2 and trying to attend to that. And we've talked about that game extensively in the past. But so unfortunately, the live team was never able to return. They were never able to implement their ideas for updates to the rest of the professions. Paragon and Smiting Prayers were both on their list, I know. And so we kind of find ourselves where we are in the game now. They couldn't really come up with great ideas for what to do for Nightfall Beyond style content. They've discussed that before. But here we are, coming towards the end of War in Kryta, which was their first kind of outing on this. And how do we put this together? And I think they learned a lot from it, and I think that's going to be reflected in the next parts, particularly Winds of Change. Winds of Change, I think, is structurally the most polished of these things of content. It would be interesting. They were talking about not really being sure how to implement it, and potentially having players play minion, separate characters. We'll see this idea in Hearts of the North. But separate characters that are minions of Palawa Joko as Palawa Joko is coming to power there. So, we need to defend Lion's Arch. And for that, I definitely want a different party configuration. So I'm going to actually just leave this party and kind of add heroes in. Daylon's probably fine. I was bringing Haida because Haida, as a member of the Shining Blade, made sense, but I kind of want to make sure I'm well equipped for this part because this part is rough, and I don't need just a damaged Paragon sitting around. I also am not going to bring General Morgan. I don't need run fast here. How do I want to roll with things? I was thinking about this some last night. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. How are you, Beard Zandra? Probably fine. What I'm wanting to do here, actually, is I'm wanting to make sure I have plentiful minions. I am going to switch myself back to fire magic for this, by the way. The only reason why I'd gone air magic was for the area of effects. which I had wanted. Whoop, that's the wrong one. This one. Alrighty then. Oh yeah, I have this divine symbol floating around. This and this work together to be really good for 55ing, but I really don't need them. If Nico's around somewhere, or somebody else who's interested in the -50 Cesta and the -20 divine symbol for 55ing, let me know, I guess. Okay, so what I was thinking with this is that this mission tends to be quite painful. Yeah, enchantment removal's probably not a terrible idea. This is probably fine. Okay. So what I'm wanting to do here is I'm actually not wanting protection prayers. I'm wanting death magic. Sure, we can put the extra point in blood magic. Doesn't really matter. Protects against weakness, I guess. Some healing prayers. Self. What I want is I just want some... I'm going to be bringing a lot of minions here. Dark Bond is really useful if you're doing a BIP minion master, because it means that your BIP is more resilient and less likely to instantly get killed. I'm just trying to decide if I still want Drain Enchantment over here. This might take us a few tries just to kind of figure out what I want to be doing with my team. This mission can be extremely difficult, so I want to be aware of that, I guess. That's how I'm going to phrase that as I kind of go into what's going on here. So, there's actually Feast for the Dead, which is a skill I basically never use, but which destroy target animated undead ally. All of your other animated undead allies are healed for a bit of health. There's a couple of different options for healing minions. I think I might grab that one. I have no clue how well the AI uses this, but I might as well learn. Let's see. No, we don't need Rip Enchantment here. Deathly Swarm is not terrible. Ask some Signet of Lost Souls. Flesh Golem. Flesh Golem is a big, strong minion. You know, I really wish that they had made the old Vrada's or Vrada Sacrifice, excuse me, into an elite. For those who don't know, this would actually be interesting to mention. Vrada Sacrifice. Yeah, skill history. So, Vrada Sacrifice, as it is in the game right now, is towards the middle, right here. 15% health sacrifice, 10 energy, 2-second cast time, 60-second recharge. Spell for 10 seconds, your undead allies gain plus 10 health regeneration. All conditions are removed from those allies and transferred to you. If this spell is successful and you have control of 3 or fewer minions, Vrada Sacrifice recharges instantly. Not really used by a lot of people these days, just because its uptime is terrible unless you have a very few minions, which is usually not what you're doing. The original was similar stats, but a 30-second recharge, and it lasted for up to 20 seconds. So basically, originally, it had a much better uptime to recharge ratio, so you could actually like keep it up and stuff. It was noticeably better in that regard. I'm going to drop most of these. You know what? I'm going to give him Vrada Sacrifice, because we're going to have a lot of undead allies. So having some more is actually not a bad thing at all. And I want you to have Shambling Horrors, maybe? Maybe just Bone Fiends is good enough for him. Just that way he has the highest impacting minions. Yeah, it doesn't really need any points on anything else. Let's give you... Here's what I can do. Go healing prayers. Give you remove hex and res chant. Yeah, that'll work. So I'm going to lean... There's going to be a lot of corpses here, so I'm going to kind of lean on minions. I think that should be okay. Then you can keep doing what you're doing. I think that should be fine. And then I want Zandra to kind of support us. But I wanted her to go and get some minions as well. Let's see. I think I would like this spread. Kali is probably good. Life is actually really good here. Rejuvenation I don't feel like I need. Men, body, and soul and spirit light are probably fine though. I'm gonna give her shambling horror and bone minions. Let's see, explosive growth. Because I have a BIP, I'm not gonna worry about Boon of Creation. Cast. Let's see, recharge faster. Yeah, you kind of should just have an elite though, yeah. I am going minion heavy here, which I acknowledge. Under the reasoning that, yeah, maybe I just go Spirit Light Weapon. Spirit Light Weapon's pretty great. There's just going to be a lot of corpses. So, I don't know. Maybe this is a terrible plan. Maybe it's not. But I want to experiment with it and find out. That's the plan here, is to experiment with it and find out. Okay, now I need my bar. Which is... I don't know. This is probably good still, regardless. I think I like the idea of kind of going more Savannah Heat, Firestorm, Breath of Fire type direction. I actually do want to bring Phoenix. Phoenix is really good with minions because it heals allies in a fairly large area of effect, so it helps keep minions alive. I don't really want Meteor Shower here, though. Lava Font's probably not a bad idea to bring, however. And you know what? Let's go with this. Actually, I should probably bring... Lava Font's nice for all the dudes that would get up to me, but maybe it's better to just bring Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. The Ebon Battle Standard of Honor will improve damage for my spells, but it will also, and this is the important part, boost the damage of minions around me, because this affects all non-spirit allies. Okay, so this is minion heavy. The difficult thing about this is if we wipe or if we... Basically, it's just, like, damage light to start. Because so much of what we have damage-wise is focused in minions. Like, she doesn't do any damage without minions. Olias does minimal damage without minions. And Livia basically doesn't do any damage without minions. So it's up to basically Daedalon, me, and a few Deathly Swarms from Olias to get the ball rolling with getting corpses going for the MMs to be able to start making minions. So we'll see how this goes. But it's something that I was thinking about, and I want to try. I just want to try maybe a little bit of an MM overload. If it doesn't go super well, I'll probably drop Elias for an additional non-minion damage source. Let's see how that affects things. But this tends to be... This is one of those things that can be surprisingly difficult. And I just want to have some fun with it, too, and try something out. So we'll see how it goes. There is a bounty today, by the way. Karis, an unwashed, unwholesome White Mantle deviant, brings life to things that should be dead. Intrepid allies of Kryta who slay Karis and Nebo Terrace will receive a royal bounty for ending the threat she poses to common folk. So you can keep doing these indefinitely, by the way. We're not going to worry about any more of the bounties for this particular playthrough. They all have a little bit of additional lore on them. I might, however, go to the wiki page and look up the dialogue for the various wanteds. So yeah, just before we kind of go here, just as a reminder of the flow of things. We started off in this camp. We got allies and came into Lion's Arch Keep, hunted down some bounties for the princess, and then went after 3 Mersat, and now they've rallied their forces up, and Demetra is kind of up in here, I think? I don't remember exactly. You can actually go there in the bonus mission pack. But yeah, it's up in that general direction. And now they've come sweeping down this territory. We gathered and warned our allies in different measures. Importantly, when we came to the Ascalonian settlement over here, right next to this body of water, which is actually kind of nice for them, I suppose, if they like water, there was a family, the Pace family, which is a name you might recognize from Pre-Searing. It's not part of the main group. So we led the main group back down to Lion's Arch, while Captain Greywind, Captain Langmar, and Lieutenant Thackery went off to find this other family. So they have separated. They did not come back with us. We don't know what's going on with them. Dinas should be around here somewhere. Maybe he doesn't show up here just yet. But regardless, Dinas warned us about the impending attack, so we've gotten everybody together, and the White Mantle are at the gate, and tonight we are defending. So let's do that. We have to sharpen blades, fortify armor, put up palisades, and make dozens of other preparations. Are you and your party sure you're ready to defend the city with us? Well, ready as ever, and if we're not, we'll just try again. The battle for Lion's Arch. Get ready to fight in the streets of L.A. So here's Dinas. City defenses are complete, Your Highness. Excellent. Then we are ready. Order First Watch Sergio to open the front gates. So yeah, we have a little bit of time to talk to people first, I think, before we talk to Sergio and open the front gates. You'll see Olivia and Bartholos are down there. The thunder of battle reminds me of the siege of Juma during King Doric's trek to Ara many centuries ago. Perhaps Majay Malikwire is older than he appears? Well, for one thing, you've misspelt your name, but whatever. So that's kind of a cool line, though. I really like the idea of this character who's like this ancient guy who's just been around forever and just remembers like everything. We stand against tyranny, against false gods and corruption, against cruelty and injustice. We stand for Kryta. Bartholos has organized his defense to speak with him. Hello, Dinas. Yes, it feels good to openly take up arms against the Mantle after pretending to be one of their vile cultists for so long. In fact, there's a particularly annoying Inquisitor I'd love to slay. Hello, Valor. This is a great day for Kryta. From this point forward, Krytans will be ruled by their own kind, not by pawns of the Mersat. Hello, Watchman. I've toiled and sacrificed and bled so that I may see this day, and now it is here. Today, we take back our country. Today, we fight for our queen. Well, she's princess right now, but need that good old coronation ceremony. So there's a lot of named people out here as well. Just for those who don't know, let's go over some of the stuff here in this mission. Defend Princess Salma with your life. Her death is your defeat. So that's all. Our loss condition is Princess Salma dies. As long as she doesn't, then we haven't lost yet. Any other allies can die. It doesn't matter. And we order First Watch Sergio to open the front gates. So now I might as well read the quest text again because it's been a few days. The White Mantle army is teeming around us. Rather than waiting until they break down the gates, we'll strike first. If it all comes down to one fight, it's going to be on my terms. Come midnight, we open the gates to draw them in, and then funnel them through that glorious choke point, while our archers rain down the fury of the Krytan people upon their heads. Wave after wave, they shall feel the sting of our arrows, and when the Mersat run out of fools to send, they will personally enter the battle, and our moment to end this will be nigh. Bartholos is organizing the defense. Speak with him to help fortify both the city and the people for battle. That is, assuming you do intend to help. And we do. Which is actually really cool. They put Lion's Arch in nighttime. So that's kind of neat. Just a generic line guard. Do you say anything, Shelby? After many seasons lurking in the wilds and striking out of the shadows, I can finally face the White Mantle on the field of battle and crush them. How do you feel, Braden? I've waited so long for this day. Regardless of the outcome, whether I win or die, I know that I have walked the path of truth. The rest is up to the gods. Hey, Bartholos. Our descendants will sing of the deeds committed here. Today we free Kryta. Today we crush the White Mantle and send their demon masters to hell. So, the Realm of Torment? That would be really interesting to find Mersat in the Realm of Torment. Hello, Olivia. We're going to get bloody on this one. I mean, yeah, you do have blood as power. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I don't think anybody who doesn't have a name has anything to say, but there's a lot of people with names, so there's a lot of people I want to talk to. Hello, Ralph Bronwell. Now this is what I signed on for. Have you seen my idiot brother? My mother will kill me if I let him get hurt, and that's no laughing matter. Where do you think he gets his strength from? My father is a tailor. The souls of my family give me strength. Interesting that you have a direct line here. Also, Gavin, interesting fellow over here. Do not look at me as a traitor. It is the White Mantle that has betrayed the people of Kryta. So Gavin is a former member of the White Mantle. Don't know if we could have encountered him in something previously. That would be interesting to know. What does the wiki say? I see. So he does show up in the Shining Blade camp at some point, apparently. It'll only reappear following a certain dialogue sequence. Huh. Okay. He says, if you see him in the first time, he says, I don't blame you if you don't trust me. I wouldn't trust myself, knowing what the White Mantle have put the Krytan people through. But I assure you, if you give me the chance to serve beside you, I will not let you down. I seek redemption for my sins and justice for Kryta, and I will gladly die to achieve either. Okay, let's see. Hello, Saphir. Today, I will strike a blow for my family and for Kryta. Okay, that's a bunch of generic people over that way. So we've got some dudes here. I think I'm going to start by talking to this Ebon. The Ebon Falcons. So this is the Ebon Falcons here. Hello, Koro. My name is Koro, but you can call me the Great Vanguard Koro. I think everybody just has... Yeah, they just have one line. One time, I went drinking with that dwarf, Kilroy. Woke up in a ditch the next morning surrounded by devourers. Good times all around. Oh, Dean. Hello, Lawrence. Being a good elementalist is like being a good merchant. You have to pay attention to supply and demand. For example, when enemies demand that I surrender, I supply them with lightning. It's simple economics. Sure. Hello, Nola. I lost everything in the searing and wandered around for a long time before being picked up by the Ebon Vanguard. When I'm with the Falcons, it feels like I'm home again. She's also a minion master, by the way, so we're going to have plenty of minions from her as well. Let's go talk to our resident Asuran geniuses. Blimmin' Zin. If this doesn't work, I'll blame Zin. Needed more time. Told him I did. Not my fault. Don't take my staff. I have no interest in your staff. Hello, Zin. There is nothing like the thrill of field testing new equipment in real operational conditions. So satisfying. Wonder why some people have actual lines and other people do not. Interesting. Okay, Gareth Quickblade, what do you say? Today, we avenge our fallen allies and set Kryta free. At last, the time of reckoning is at hand. I've got enough hate to last me all day, says Larry Doubleblade. Well, what about all night? Hey, Snakebite. Finally, some serious action. I'll try to make sure I leave enough mantle for you. I know you have a reputation to uphold. And we have Deep Root. Good intelligence and proper planning have gotten us to this day. Strength and faith in the 6 gods will get us to the next. I like that they give you time to talk to everybody before the battle begins. We were caught unprepared at Dinravi, but today we are ready for the mantle. They will fall to our blades, as will the unholy demons they call gods. Yeah, again, I like that they have reference to Dinravi. They have had it a number of times, but just as a bit of a reminder, because it's been a while since we played through Prophecies. I think I kind of went over this a little bit already, but we joined the Shining Blade after Bloodstone Fen, after killing Justicar Hablion. And we went to Aurora Glade where we had to contend with the mantle in order to get to the Henge of Dinravi, which was supposed to be a safe location from which to strike. But very quickly thereafter, we were betrayed by Marcus, who was a member of the Shining Blade Inner Council, but also a traitor to the White Mantle, as a White Mantle mole. And, man, just seeing that Riverside Province, I need to go back there and get that bonus sometime. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So, yeah, the Shining Blade were absolutely smashed with that betrayal, and so they've recovered from it. But it is a big mark on their psyche, a big point of pain, that they had that defeat, right? That they had that event. And so for a lot of them, like, that's a pretty significant event, a pretty significant part of their history. And the conquest of the Henge of Dinravi, even though it occurs off screen for us, it's still really significant to... that's actually not a bad place for a Spirit of Life. It's a big deal to the Shining Blade, and a very formative event for them. Let's just make sure some of these enchantments are on, and let's talk to First Watch Sergio. All right, I hope everyone is fully ready. You might want to take a few steps back. Yeah, it's usually a good idea. This is one of those ones where figuring out how much to lean on your allies is important. Excuse me, is important. You can see there are a bunch of Shining Blade Rangers along the sides here. But these White Mantle will come in and hopefully begin fueling our hordes of minions pretty quickly. Yep, I can already hear our minions starting to get roused up. There's just going to be a lot of White Mantle, so just prepare for... The next part is going to be... we had our period of rest with a bunch of dialogue. Now time for the war to really get underway. So we'll see if I need to back up and retreat or not. Yeah, and you can see Phoenix doing its job. There'll be a bunch of waves. One of the things that's a challenge here is there is often a temptation to kind of rush forward, but you really don't want to aggro that horde all at once. So a Rod of Sacrifice will help all of our minions, which is nice. But you can kind of see why. There's this... Tends to be a bit of a drive to move forward. Yeah, we have a total of 12 minions across everyone right now. I don't know how much they have minion stealing skills and the like, so... They definitely have minions of their own going on over there, though. So weird not having music. Looks like we're just having a minion battle. They might have Veradas. Let's actually no, I can't really pull back too well because the minions won't follow us back. Yeah. This is one of those situations where we're kind of like fighting over the same set of like minion making capabilities and constantly kind of getting dragged further forward. Your archers are no match for my elementalists. Typically, I would tend to think the other way around, but there we go. We've built up a group of minions again. Okay, so Torimo is now is a High Inquisitor. We actually saw him in the Gates of Kryta is the first time he shows up. Man, it's so weird not having any music going. Okay, I want to stand in my Ebon Vanguard fort here. This boosts the damage of my effects. But yeah, because things like minions keep going forward, we kind of get dragged forward as well. So it's something to be aware of happening. And there's a bunch of waves here that we're going to have to contend with, so... Let's drop Savannah Heat here. Mistrust. I don't want mistrust on me. Man, having this many MMs is actually helping quite a lot. Just for absorbing the wall of stuff. Like, they add damage, but they also, like, add clutter for the AI to have to deal with, which is hugely beneficial. I really wish there was music here. Man, standing in those Savannah Heats of mine is a bad idea for your health. Yeah, I'm not surprised if I get skill points in here. Oh man, Savannah Heat has such a huge AoE. Wow, we're doing a really good job of pushing through these, actually. Like I said, we want to be careful about how far forward we're going, but we have, like, so many minions up right now that it's enabling us to kind of push really far forward. What I'm saying is bringing 3 MMs in here is maybe an okay strategy. Ah, Confessor Isaiah. People of Lion's Arch, hear me! Kind of like the leader of the White Mantle right now, I believe. I don't know where Ogden is or why he was there. Okay, let's pull back. Okay, Livia is way back there. Yeah, we've been stripped of all of our minions, so we've lost a lot of our power. And we'll have to contend with not having our BIP because I let us get pulled so far forward. Unlike the old gods who have abandoned you, our gods are here with us today to ensure our victory. Surrender now or face your doom. Isaiah also has a special hex called Isaiah's Balance, which is a reference to Isaiah Cartwright doing a terrible, like, not knowing how to balance his skill and just absolutely wrecking it. But he got turned into warm mush, so... I do not need a Sand Ray of Judgment. Now? Asks Blim. No, not yet. Trying to figure out the timing of their... How about now? No, we must wait for maximum impact. We can only do this once, and I have no idea how long it'll last. Could have been a whole golem. Never enough time. Waste of core energies. The client demanded adaptability, and the client got it. Yeah, they wanted to be able to make a whole golem out of whatever their experiments were, and nope. They weren't getting that. I like the part where I was able to go recover Livia before this next phase begins. All of the corpses here are exploited, of course. It should be added that Zandra's minions, while lower level than the others, are going to be surprisingly tanky because of spawning power, giving them like 44% more HP. Is not an insignificant boost. Here come more of these guys. Again, we do need to be a little bit careful about how far forward we push. But I also want to take care of the enemy's ability to make minions, because that consumes corpses that we want to use. Tail end of a sandstorm there, apparently. Unfortunately, these Jade do not leave corpses, so they're bad for us just all around. They chew up minions and don't leave us anything to work with. I'm gonna pull my dudes back. Nope. Come back here, please. We need to kill enough that we actually have some Mersats to fight, I believe. For the next phase to begin. Let's see, Zandra. Okay, I should be able to go get Zandra rezzed. Yeah, here come the Mersat. Oh, it's going to work better if I unflag these guys. Okay, maybe that's not working so well. Ow, that was a mistrust and a half. Or maybe just a half. Mistrust can do a lot more damage than that. Loosen to the Spectral. So there should be about 4 Mersat here, I think, total. According to my information. That I remember them saying. Let's see, one of the things that happens here is you push them back and okay, yep, don't need to do any more looting here. Let's pull back to our forces. If they kill some of our minions, they kill some of our minions. We'll be okay with that. Gonna be more. Now, Bartholos, send in your warriors. Or now, Bartholos, send in your warriors. I don't think I read that quite right. Blim, now! Now? But you said... Yes, and now is the time. Activate the core, you imbecile. You need not be standing in chaos storms. So now we have Spectral Infusion effect. For an undetermined time, you are protected from most of the effects of the Mersat's Vilest magic, reflecting some of its damage back on any Mersat or Jade construct in range. This is basically an anti-Spectral Agony skill devised by the Asura to aid us in our conflict. So that's cool. I need that minor rune. Okay, let's make sure I'm standing in this to increase damage from my spells. This is the problem with relying so heavily on minions for damage, though, is all of these Jade constructs really don't play well with that strategy. Maybe I should be dropping some of my spells back into that core of rangers over there. It's okay if we wipe here, by the way. We'll just res next to the princess. I mean, it's often not ideal, but it's okay. Okay, we're probably going to. Yeah. Like I said, it's fine. Not ideal, but it's fine. We still have most of the... Oh, interesting, the Ebon Falcons are different green there. I'll go ahead and use an automaton summoning stone and work off a little of that death penalty. So yeah, we have Spectral Infusion going for an undetermined period of time. Hello, Perfected Cloak. How do you feel about some fire magic? There's so much loot out here. Yeah, MMs are going full time, just trying to get everything converted in corpses. Here's another Keiran. Actually, a couple. Alright. Keiran the Malignant and the Vengeful. And Oasis the Miserable. Like, how terrible of a boss do you have to be to get the epithet than the Miserable? Is it epithet? I don't remember. It's something like that. Eponym? Ah, whatever. You know what I mean. The thing after the word than primary name. Oh yeah, this guy's the Miserable. Yeah. You know, on account of how miserable he is to be around. Hey, Snakebite. How do you feel about Savannah Heat? Oh. Like, not standing in it, I guess. Probably the best plan of action. Ogden. Why? Man, they're so tanky. I think I'm actually kind of... Yeah, if it's not an emblem or money, I don't got space for it. Oh, dear. There's a lot of loot in this particular mission quest thing. Oh, the things I would do to you if Queen Salma wasn't looking. That's a threat and a half, eh? Yeah, it's definitely getting a bit harder for my party now that we don't have as many things to make corpses out of. It's a good idea to try to lean a little bit more on our allies. Yeah, I cast that Troll Unguent in the middle of all my fire. I think Jade Cloaks were added for this Guild Wars Beyond content. So the Mersat traditionally consisted of Spellcaster, Mersat, and then Jade Armors and Bows, which are the physical branch of the Mersat. Because the Mersat themselves did not use physical weapons, right? They are martial professions. They just use spellcasting professions. So, this is a really cool, world-building detail. So they did not have caster constructs, but I think for the war here, they did add them. Which I think is kind of neat. One of those spots where I've been Vanguard Assassin support really helping add damage. As you can see, the infusion buff is worn out now at this point as well. But yeah, so Jade Cloaks being an addition of so many Mersat have died that the remaining ones are oh, we need to bolster our forces. I guess we will make casters to support them. That's them! Talios and his pet physician. The Mersat leaders. Kill them and victory is assured, says Dinas. So Talios and Ambrelius. Talios the Resplendent and Ambrelius the Guardian. Years of injustice and persecution I've led to this day. You will have our vengeance. And then falls over dead. Seems about right. Yeah, we can take care of these, Jade. Maybe. Part of why I'm bringing Savannah Heat, by the way, is because it has a very large area of effect relative to the other damage over time spells. Also, it just gets up to absurd numbers, but... Epidemic. Interesting. Yeah, this guy really does not like to stand still. Here, maybe this will encourage you. There we go. Oh man, the nice thing about killing a boss and getting that morale boost is getting my spells recharged. So I can drop them on the next one. Hooray! Congratulations, your party is victorious. That actually went relatively smoothly. The massive quantities of... minion mastery stuff seems to have been a fantastic strategy for this. Granted, a lot of these guys are dead, but Coral Sagewind has a healing skill. That's part of what dragged her out here. I don't think anybody updates their dialogue after you complete that part, though. Well, if they do, she certainly doesn't. Yeah, Coral's Gaze. Target other ally is healed for 150 health and loses a hex. If hex is removed, all adjacent foes take 80 damage. This skill is absolutely ludicrous. It would have been cool to get some PvE-only skills from some of these people, but... Hello, Malthurin. Yeah, there is a, a post... completion victory thing, which we're going to celebrate now. So, we have victory. I'm going to close these so we can see better. People of Kryta, I stand before you both at both the dawn of a new age of prosperity and a return to the traditions of our ancestors. Our enemies have been dismantled, and all our years of suffering and oppression are finally over. Dismantled, of course, being a very operative term for the White Mantle. It will take continued vigilance and courage to restore peace to the whole of Kryta, but we shall face our challenges as a united people. I know she's no longer Princess Salma, she is Queen Salma. Many have fought and bled and sacrificed, so that we may see this day. Remember Saedra, for example. We thank the Lion Guard for their unwavering support of the people of Kryta. They shall continue, under the command of First Watch Sergio, in service to the city of Lion's Arch. We thank the Shining Blade. They have been our truest companions, and have proved themselves to be the true defenders of Kryta. Guided now by our loyal servant Livia, the Shining Blade will continue to serve Kryta, not as a rebel group, nor as a militia, nor even as an army, but shall henceforth serve as a royal guard for all kings and queens of Kryta. Evenia, of course, is missing right now. I'll talk more about that later, though, once the speech is done. Most of all, we thank the people of Kryta, who have endured so much with such great dignity. All across Tyria, free people sing the praises of the common Krytan, and I join them in their chorus. This conflict has been a difficult one, pitting brother against brother, and neighbor against neighbor. Hence, that's one of the tragedies of civil war, right? Not all who fought against us were motivated by evil, for some were deceived by the lies or cowed by the threats of the White Mantle. In the spirits of the new, reborn Kryta, it is time to put those dark days behind us. Now is the time for rebuilding, not retribution. Now is the time for forgiveness, not vengeance. Let us all face this new era together, without hate in our hearts. In that spirit, we hereby announce the formation of a new army for the defense of the whole of Kryta, and for all humans who call Kryta their home. Honoring the winged goddess who protected us in our final battle against the fiends who had usurped our kingdom, this new group will be called the Seraph, and the valiant Barthlos shall be their commander. Who was the commander of the Shining Blade, of course. In this new army, common citizens and former members of the White Mantle and Shining Blade will serve side by side. You will know the Seraph by the wings that adorn their helms and shields, and by their resolute defense of our land. They shall be the protectors of Kryta. This is actually a really interesting move that she's doing here, politically speaking. That I want to try to remember to comment on. Know this, my countrymen, never again will we stand by while another Krytan suffers. Never again shall we allow inhuman evil to fester and grow amongst us. Never again will Krytans turn their back on their heritage and their gods. Let a new age dawn, an age of justice and peace for all Krytans. Oh, sure. Okay, and then everybody kind of scatters. So, the point that I wanted to make there, I think is really interesting, and we'll talk to all these NPCs, of course. I'm going to go ahead and send my heroes over this way. But with creating the Seraph, what she's basically doing is there's enmity between these different factions, right? The common Krytan, the Shining Blade, and the White Mantle. There's going to be tensions between those various groups, especially the Shining Blade and the White Mantle. She's trying to institute a policy of reconciliation, to basically saying, hey, if you went along with the White Mantle because you were deceived and you thought that what they were saying was right, but now you know it's wrong, or because you were scared of them, right? And you're obedient to them because of their threats and the terror that the Mersat presented. There's a place for you here. You can join us again. You can be part of us. And for those who still want to like defend Kryta, who like thought that serving with the White Mantle, especially for those who are deceived, that thought that serving with the White Mantle was defending Kryta. Remember, the White Mantle defended Kryta against the Char invasion when the royal family fled. So they have good cause to be looking to the White Mantle for the defense. They're going to get a lot of bright-eyed recruits who say, these are the people who saved us from the Char. We want to work with them to defend Kryta. So by having a new force, the Seraph, which obviously a lot of this is setting up stuff in the situation that they put things in Guild Wars 2, where the Shining Blade are the royal bodyguards, basically the royal guard, and the Seraph are the common soldiers. But by doing this, by having the Seraph, however you want to pronounce it, come together, it erases the groups of Shining Blade and White Mantle for these common army, so that these soldiers are under one banner. Now, obviously, the Shining Blade are still going to exist, etc., and that makes sense politically as well. But to also kind of take them a step back from common life. It's not like you see the Shining Blade everywhere. It's that you're making now a combined group for these people to commingle into, and find a new identity in, rather than having an identity in the White Mantle or an identity in the Shining Blade when it comes to this sort of stuff. So I think that's really interesting. And that's a really interesting move in terms of like what it does to things. Again, there's a lot of stuff that's going on here to set up things for Guild Wars 2 as well. For those who have played that game, you have the Seraph as just the common army, and then the Shining Blade as the Queen's Guard here, as is established here. The other thing you'll note that Livia has been made the leader of the Shining Blade. So there's a couple of things going on. The Shining Blade, of course, is like any sort of rebel organization composed of different factions that are commingling together for a common defense. It's a coalition force, is basically anything that gets big enough is. Different people have slightly different motivations, slightly different goals, and different personalities. Avenia would ostensibly be the leader of the Shining Blade, but she's gone missing. This is something that they wanted to follow up on, and I think we'll get some dialogue related to that as I talk to the various NPCs in this map. But for those who may not be familiar, or may not recall as well, Avenia, last we saw her, was going to go down to talk to King Adalburn and to figure out to try to recruit the Ebon Vanguard to help. And as you may recall, Captain Langmar is like, look, we can't officially join you and help you. We will put some people on leave to send to help you. And so that's what they do. Like they put people in leave and send them to help. But they can't officially send the forces because they're under the command of King Adalburn, and it's not their decision to do. So they're following like order of protocol and hierarchy as best they can and all that sort of stuff. But what that means is that Avenia went to go to King Adalburn to ask, hey, will you please send forces to help? Now, obviously, that never happened. No more Vanguard showed up. It was up to the people of Kryta, and the Ebon Falcons were the only support that they got, who were basically on leave, kind of come here surreptitiously, as it were, in many regards. And then the bit of help that the Cern were able to deliver. But otherwise, it was just, the people that were here. As well as us, obviously. We had a huge role to play in that final battle. And I'm really pleased that heavy minion team worked so well. Because, again, this can be surprisingly difficult at times. Probably in retrospect, I'd only bring 2 MMs, not 3, but anyway. And probably replace Elias with another damage dealer, probably like an E-Surge Mesmer or something. But I'm getting beside the point. So the Avenia has just gone missing. We don't know where she is. So in her absence, with her gone and she's basically MIA. Livia has been promoted to be kind of head of the Shining Blade, Bartholos was always much more of the soldier, much more of the commander. It makes a lot of sense because basically you have like Livia is much more the wet works, whatever sort of thing can get things going. She's much better as like a spy master type character. Personal bodyguard of the queen or head of the queen's guard makes a lot of sense for her and who she is. Bartholos, it does not make sense for, and it makes a lot of sense for him to be over the Seraph, just given the personality that we've seen from him, where he's much more of a direct, much more of a soldier, very organized and that sort of thing. So I think that it's interesting to see that sort of stuff. Avenia, too, would be much more like Bartholos, I think. She's much more of an idealist. Livia is much more of a realist in that sort of way. But let's talk to some NPCs. Enough sort of that speculation and thought. Is there a merchant here? I could go for merchant. Oh man, there's a lot of people to talk to. Okay, I'm gonna just take a moment to salvage a few things down to make it easier to, that does not salvage right now. To accept quest reward. Okay, I think, what is this quest reward? So the quest is just report to Princess Salma at this point. Okay, 5 royal gifts, 3 medals of honor. I have enough space for that. Okay, cool. So let's start talking to people. So Watchman Arad. The battle is won, and we can finally begin rebuilding Kryta anew. Many brave Krytans gave their souls to see this day come to fruition. We must bring honor to their memory. Yep. A lot of these are going to be the same sort of like sentiments of victory. So we do have some of the collectors here still. We have Zadok with royal gifts. Our Lady has authorized a special royal gift for those helping to keep the Shining Blade soldiers supplied. With Lion's Arch in Lion Guard hands now, you might think we had no more need of war supplies, but you'd be wrong. Bartholos says, one battle does not end the war. I guess that's true, though I thought we had fought in multiple battles at this point. Still, he's the strategical expert. Me, I'm more of a people person. Though not everyone I've met is a people person in return, if you know what I mean. Reciprocity is important in my book. Not that I'm writing a book. It's a figure of speech, and a curious one at that. And now I'm curious. Speaking of reciprocity, do you want to exchange some supplies for a royal gift? So obviously we can exchange war supplies for royal gifts here. Even though the final battle has been won, there's still a lot of rebuilding to do. In order to do that, I'm collecting any supplies that are left over from the war. It may not seem like much, but a few donations can go a long way to helping restore this country. If you happen to have some extras, I still have medals of honor to give. So now we have Graham with commemorative weapons. To commemorate the events of the Battle for Lion's Arch, I've produced a series of replica weapons, based on those used by some of the most famous heroes and villains of the war. So a couple of important notes. These NPCs will still all be available in the Lion's Arch Keep. They will also have like the ability to like collect things. You can still get wanted if you want to spawn the War in Kryta like spawns and things like that. So you can make them show up to be able to like go after them by getting those wanted bounties, and you can still get like war supplies and confessor's orders and stuff that way. So yeah, this is not the only opportunity to talk to these. You can see there's a bunch of oppressor weapons back there. We'll look at them in a second as well as Graham. You can get them elsewhere. These all cost 10 medals of honor. I don't have 10 on me, obviously. But what we have is we have Isaiah's Balance, which is a pretty unremarkable recurve bow. Sundering 15/50. It's not particularly exciting. Sundering is such a popular mod. It adds a bit of additional damage, but it's always been really meh to me. A lot better when they changed it from armor penetration plus 10%, chance 10% as the max to 20/20. By the way, they were garbage at 10/10. Torimo's Torch. This is an energy storage staff. Oh, this is not bad, actually. Energy plus 10, fire damage. So that's got some benefit to it. Half skill recharge of spells, half casting time of spells. Energy plus 5, and enchantments last 20% longer. which it's very similar to this one. This is plus 30 health instead of plus 5 energy. But my Darkner's energy staff is very similar, so I'm not going to pick up a Torimo's torch. But that's actually a good note. If you want a staff for a henchman, that or for a hero, for like an Acolyte Sasuke or something, that has enchanting on it, this is not a bad choice for a elementalist hero. Lavissa, or for yourself if you want one of these. Lavissa's Love is a healing prayers staff. Has casting time of healing prayer spells, chance 20%. Yeah, it's insightful and mastery. So this is also not bad for healing prayers. Although for monks, I tend to prefer increased enchantment duration. This is not bad either, as far as staffs go. Bower's Intimidation, Death Magic offhand. Okay, this is a Master of My Domain, Death Magic offhand. Bartholos's Bulwark, so this is Bartholos's shield. This is a Strength shield. I mean, it just has your standard, pretty standard shield. Bartholos's Shining Blade. So this is kind of a cool one. This is a 15/50 Furious Sword with Mastery on it, which is kind of cool. I actually think the Mastery mods, Swordsman, Attribute +1, chance 20% while using skills, are actually probably a little bit better than they seem. They're definitely an interesting mod, and one that I think is reasonable. So this is not a bad weapon choice by any means. Alari's Double Blades. These are Zealous daggers. These are pretty standard daggers in terms of stats, but they're very special because it's actually a pair of gladiuses. So I don't know if Alari is in sight right now. She might be over there. Yeah. So Alari is over there. Okay, you can't see her holding them right now, because she's doing some sort of animation emote loop. But this is basically two short swords rather than shorter daggers. So this is actually really cool. This is one that I have on a couple of characters because they look really cool. There's also the Decade daggers that are similar to this, but they're fiery gladiuses, which are really cool because they're on fire and longer. But also have the downside of the weird festival mod, which you may not like. I don't know, mileage may vary. Snakebite's Fang. This is a poisonous sword. Not really terribly exciting, but, cool that it's here. I also think this is I'm not sure what skin this normally is. Axe of the First Watch. This one I actually have on a couple of characters. This is just a Furious Axe, Furious Defensive Axe, but that's quite useful mods, so being able to have a Furious Axe here is really, really handy. The Spectral Wand is a fast-casting wand. This is pretty unremarkable. Half skill recharge of spells chance 10% is definitely the mod I prefer over half cast time, though. And Langmar's Defender is a tactics shield with Master of My Domain for tactics. And health +30. And it's a Signet shield, which is a little bit of a special shield. I'm not sure what skin the Spectral Wand is. But anyway, so this is a set of green weapons, which I think is kind of cool. And I like that they did some slightly more unusual things with them. But they're still, quite gettable. So, you could have your Zenmai wielding Alari's Double Blades if you wanted to. What do you say, Braden? This war is in its final stages, but that doesn't mean the price of good intelligence has gone down. They say that an animal is at its most dangerous when cornered, and the Confessor struck me as a person who would give additional orders drafted in the event of his death. If you find any Confessor's orders, give them to me, and I'll repay you as best I can. He was basically saying, hey, Confessor Isaiah seems like the sort of person who would totally, come up with additional plans of what should happen if he were to die, to continue terrorizing the people of Kryta. So maybe, do something about that. These guys are from Nebo Terrace. Hello, Ethan. I suppose it's time to rebuild our lives now. I don't know how I'll do without my Nora, but I must. My daughter is depending on me. Nora is his wife, I'm assuming. Or was. Don't know his full story offhand. Hello, Elder Sybil. There's still a lot of rebuilding to do and bodies to bury, but I think we are going to make it. Let's see if the wiki has any more context for... That is not the wiki. Ethan. Nebo Terrace. Oh, with War and Kryta content active, he says, "Sorry, I've laid my artisan ways to rest with my dear wife. Now I am nothing more than a father and a Krytan." Okay, so apparently somewhere in there his wife must have killed. Ah. Okay, Ethan the Artisan is an artisan in Nebo village. During the Krytan Civil War, his wife Nora was killed by the White Mantle. Gotcha. Yeah, I missed that detail. I guess I could have talked to more of the NPCs out in the world. I didn't really think about doing that. It's really hard to know what dialogue they updated, because there's a lot of... That's the thing with a lot of this Guild Wars Beyond content that's both really cool and difficult when it comes to this sort of playthrough, is they have a lot of small changes here and there, and it's hard to know what all stuff to go find. I really appreciate that they have those details. It's the sort of thing, though, that plays a lot better with a slower rollout that they initially had than it does in this sort of, like, packaged deal that they had after that rollout. Because in this, like, packaged deal after the rollout, you're kind of just encouraged to kind of follow the main plot through. But when you're waiting for the next part, you are and don't know what's going on for sure and what the next stage is going to be, and you're just looking for the next thing. It's much more a case of, like, here's the next, let's explore. Let's see what's different. If you don't 100% know, it's like, more stuff came out for it. We don't 100% know what it all is, and you kind of go explore it. It's a very different experience, so. Yeah. Encourages you to talk to the NPCs and stuff out in the world a lot more. We're going to see a lot of that in Winds of Change as well. There's a lot of ambient dialogues and things like that. I think Winds of Change just has more content and more polish to it overall. But this was kind of their first stab at it, so they're kind of figuring it out. How to do this sort of thing where they're kind of like repurposing existing areas and existing stuff. But I really like that they... like. This model of telling more stories in the world is something that I really like and I think is really cool. And I wish they could, like, release more Beyond content. I'm not even sure what it would necessarily be, but... Hello, Elder Sobel. Yes, I already talked to you. There's a lot of rebuilding to do and bodies to bury, etc. So I'm not going to talk to every single one of these Oppressor Weapons guys. But it just says, we've recovered a cache of the new weapons used by the White Mantle during the war. There aren't enough for everyone, so Queen Salma has instructed me to offer them only to the heroes who made today's victory possible. So this is the warrior one. So there's just the Oppressor weapon skins. I like the Oppressor axe decently well, and the shield's decent as well. But during the battles, you would see them wielding them. So this is a special weapon skin. I really like the scythe. You'll see these weapons being used by the White Mantle during the, like, war in Kryta. So actually, I was noticing Gavin, wherever he is now, I don't know offhand. But when we were in the preparation for that battle, Gavin was wielding Oppressor Weapons. So there's a couple of important notes about the Oppressor Weapons. One, which is they can go in the Hall of Monuments, which is really significant because it made it a lot more feasible for people to get stuff in there. Before, it was just Destroyer Weapons. I think maybe initially it was just Destroyer Weapons. And then they added the Tormented Weapons is something you could add in there. I'm not sure if Tormented Weapons are always possible to be put in there or not. But Destroyer Weapons, Tormented Weapons, and Oppressor Weapons are what can go in the Hall of Monuments. So it's kind of a significant deal here. And yeah, there's the focus is kind of this horn skin. That's kind of a sparkly wand thing. And then there's a staff. So there's some of these skins I'm more of a fan of than others. The shield's decently good, etc. A lot of those are going to be fairly similar. I'll talk to the people up on the hill in just a second. I want to see if I can find the dagger person. It'd be nice if these guys were wielding the weapon of the type of weapons they offered, but... Yeah, here's the daggers. So then there's the Oppressor's daggers as well. But they all have the same sort of dialogue. I'm not necessarily planning on picking one of them up for this guy. Especially, like, of the warrior ones, I like the axe. I don't like the other two that much. Sword's all right, but a bit clunky for my opinion. I prefer more narrow swords. I say, but then I have these big chunkers. The glacial blade is pretty cool though. Okay, what do you say, Bartholos? This is a day that shall go down in history. While the Shining Blade played a crucial role in this most righteous of victories, I fear the years of White Mantle propaganda, citing us as murderers and villains, will never allow the Krytan people to embrace our organization as a legitimate authority. Therefore, with a heavy heart, I must relinquish leadership of the Shining Blade to Livia, effective immediately, so I may form a new Krytan army, sworn to protect Queen and country. We should be known as the Seraph. So yeah, this is some of what I was talking about earlier. I guess it was Evenia, Bartholos, because Sadra and Marcus were dead and were previously part of the Inner Council. But one of them was a traitor and one of them died. So I guess Bartholos rose in the ranks. So is Evenia, Bartholos, and then probably Livia was like third in command or something like that. I'm not quite sure where she fits into the leadership structure. But Bartholos is much more of the idealistic soldier type character, and it makes sense for the role he's moving into. It makes sense. They did a really good job of moving people into roles that make sense for who they are as characters. But this is something that's really important. Remember that when the Shining Blade are fighting against the White Mantle are the ones who are in power. They're spreading propaganda that the Shining Blade are like murderers and villains and cutthroats and stuff. They're basically like bandits and rebels. Because, I mean, they are rebels against the White Mantle. This is something that's talked about in the Prophecies story. Just kind of reiterate from the Prophecies playthrough, because this is what we're here for. We're here for discussing the lore. It says so in the title. It's the lore playthrough. So it doesn't get emphasized super well in Prophecies, but if you remember, the Virgin Hot Springs, we see an example of White Mantle cruelty being pinned on the Shining Blade. We also, so we know that they were kind of like falsely accused. And the whole path to the wilds was after, so this is a refresher. Divinity Coast, we go and collect the Chosen with the Eye of Janthier, and then they're getting led off into the jungle, ostensibly to go to the Grand Academy? I forget exactly what they call it, but the big important training school place that the White Mantle have. But they're actually being taken off to the Bloodstone right here to be sacrificed. So the Shining Blade kill the White Mantle, guiding these Chosen, and then rescue the Chosen is basically from their point of view. They're rescuing them from basically being executed to the Bloodstone to power up the soul batteries to keep closed the door of Kamale in the Abaddon's Mouth volcano right here. And so, like, we saw in the Wilds mission, we were chasing after the Shining Blade. The quests leading up to that, there's an outraged... It might have been Jessica Thomas, I think, who we saw at some point in some of this stuff, but who was angry about all of this. And then we chased them in here. They're like, no, we're not trying to kill the Chosen. We're trying to save them. It's like, what? And then that's when we go over to Bloodstone Fen and discover the villainy of the White Mantle and join them. It's all very pat, and we don't have a whole lot of time spent in Kryta during the Guild Wars Prophecy stories, spent kind of expanding on the world and the lore and the setting there. So we don't really see how much there's propaganda against the Shining Blade. We don't really have that mindset drilled into us. We just have like a quest where it's blatantly obvious that the Shining Blade are just being used as a cover story for White Mantle. So it's a little ham-handed in the way that it's kind of told, and I think they just didn't spend enough time developing it because they had to get a game out. And they spent a lot more of their time developing Ascalon, which is part of why I love Ascalon so much. But yeah, so we have, as part of the main story, though, of things that were going on, of the Shining Blade had a ton of White Mantle propaganda against them that's going to infect people's mindsets. It's like, I don't know. I don't have a good comparison that I want to make to the real world because it would be too charged. But yeah, it's basically they had a bunch of propaganda against them. Even when people know that the White Mantle were villains, there's still the propaganda against the Shining Blade. And so getting rid of the Shining Blade in the way that it was, like having one army that allows the sort of everybody's suspicions to be kind of like we're forming a new group identity and washing away the old one makes a lot of sense. And so he's talking about that here, and I think that's a really cool bit of like what they're doing with the world, and I think that's pretty neat. Okay, Counselor Valar, what do you got to say? We swore to bring down the White Mantle, and together, that is what we have done on this day. I will serve Queen Salma and aid her in the challenges that face us in the years to come. Hey, Olivia. Bartholos has stepped down as leader of the Shining Blade, so he can serve the Queen in a more public capacity, and Evenia has gone missing in Ascalon. So, yeah, as I said earlier, Evenia has gone missing in Ascalon. Don't know what happened to her. We still don't know. There's actually a page on the wiki talking about things that the developers want to do with Guild Wars Beyond, and one of their ideas was following up on the Evenia plotline. I don't know if it ever was followed up on in Guild Wars 2 or not, but it certainly wasn't in Guild Wars 1. So what's happened to her is a mystery that's just never been resolved as far as I'm aware. I may not be aware of I wouldn't be aware of a resolution in Guild Wars 2 though. So she says, following the thing about it, Evenia has gone missing in Ascalon. I am, reluctantly, assuming leadership over the Shining Blade. While Queen Salma has claimed her birthright and taken the seat of power in Kryta, there are still dangers I fear we will face, and I foresee the Shining Blade playing a crucial role in the dark days to come. But I digress. This is a day of celebration. Thank you, my friend, for everything you have done for us. So now, canonically, we have the leader of the Shining Blade following us around in our party, which is kind of cool. Don't know what happened to Magic Malaquire in the time of Guild Wars 2. He should be around somewhere. It's indicated that he's immortal, so... The Queen has requested I continue to serve as her advisor during this time of reconstruction. I am happy to oblige. Back in my day, Kryta was a place you were proud to call home, and I am eager to aid in the restoration of her former glory. And thank you, brave mortal, for your continued service to my beloved homeland. He should absolutely be somewhere in Guild Wars 2. I'm going to go ahead and talk to Princess Salma. Accepting the quest reward doesn't change anything. I still go talk. You know what? Let's save that for last. I like saving that for last. Okay, let's just go ahead and do a sweep of this place now. Talking to the henchmen who are hanging out over here. So originally when this came out, you could only have 3 heroes in your party, so you often had to complement with henchmen or maybe decide that they weren't worth it, depending upon how things were. It was a lot harder then. But anyway, let's see what they have to say. That Dian fellow sure does know his beer. He was telling me about mixing dwarven ale and prismatic ooze, but he got pulled away before he could finish his story. I bet that would give it quite the kick. Prismatic ooze is quite explosive, as I recall. Hello, Stefan. Claude. And thus, Grant's justice has been done. Well, you don't have a lot to say. That feels like a very Olias line. Remember Olias' former White Mantle. Hello, Reyna. This is the start of a new era. Make sure you take in the atmosphere. This isn't something we'll see very often. Hello, Denim. That Vanguard Mesmer is quite captivating. I wonder if she'd like to go out for some shark fin soup. I have no idea. Yar, that was quite the battle, was it not? Oh, little Tom. Hey, Orion. Once again, the day is saved, thanks to the great Orion. No need to thank me. It's just what I do. Hey, Alicia. Sorry, I just need to catch my breath. It was exhausting trying to heal against their spectral agony. It is. I recommend Prot Spirit. It helps a lot. Oh, these guys. Hello, brother Theophilus. Yeah, these are people from the Temple of the Ages. Time and tide turn, and the cycle begins anew. Hello, brother Bilshan. Don't let this victory fool you. The end is still near. Humanity is doomed. Doomed, I say. Hello, Lore Master Ermin Red. How can a victory really be a victory when there is no defeat? What? Sure, be cryptic. The 6 gods smile upon you this day, Rex Templaris. Now, it must begin the slow process of renewing the faith of the Krytan people and the 6 true gods, their new queen, and their faith in each other. Oh, man. This is something I hadn't thought about, but he's talking about the 6 gods, right? Because Cormyr has now ascended to join the Pantheon. So these people go from the 5 true gods to, no, those are the old gods. Now the unseen ones are our gods. To, no, the 5 old gods and a new 6th one are now our gods. That must be very confusing. It's like, wait, I thought it was 5? What's this with the 6th? What's going on now? That must be like, wait. How is that not somehow theologically errant? I don't know how much of an appearance Cormyr made here as a deity or not, but that's got to be a bit of a thing. Like, how did that propagate across, like, after the events of Nightfall? How did Cormyr is now part of the Pantheon propagate across the lands? Like, that's an interesting question. Did her avatars just suddenly pop up in Zenku Corridor in the Temple of the Ages and like, declare herself? How... Man, I want to see that story now. Hello, Dinus. After years of being undercover in the White Mantle, I'm finally able to end the charade. Thank you, Rex Templaris, for allowing me and everyone else to return to our lives. I just wish all the tailors hadn't been frightened out of the city during the battle. I really need to get out of this ridiculous outfit. Oh, Dinus. It is an absolutely ridiculous outfit. I enjoy that line. I think it's pretty amusing. We'll talk to Sorim first. How's that? Hello, Sorim. The recruits didn't let me down. I knew if they remembered their training and watched each other's backs, we would be victorious. I can't help but feel responsible for those who fell on the battlefield, though. It never gets easier. I imagine not. Hello, Master Scout Shelby.
Welcome, friend.
Welcome. Kryta is free, thanks to you and all the brave men and women who fought and bled on the battlefield this day. Today marks the first day in Kryta's golden age. Mark my words. Hello, Scout Melthoran. It was an honor to fight by your side. With everything that's been done, I think our companions who died in the Henge of Dinravi can finally be at peace. Hello, Courier Falcon. Now that's what I call an epic final battle. My courier's passion was reignited by watching you fight out there. Seeing a foreign hero like you fight for our country has inspired me to think about what I can do beyond just being a courier. I am thinking about starting up a unified organization to deliver messages between countries. By keeping everyone informed, we could prevent groups like the White Mantle from deceiving us in the future. And after all that is done, maybe I'll go adventuring up north. I hear there's a dwarf up there that loves fist fighting as much as I do. Something that I enjoy about what he's talking about here is he's talking about starting up, like, a communication service for information, so that way, like, people can't be left... Because, like, when you're left in the dark, it's much easier for people to manipulate you. The more information that's out there, the more the truth is being able to spread, the more, like, manipulative leaders can't do that. The more you can, like, have that stuff be exposed. Hey, Carlotta. That's interesting. It's interesting. I wonder if there's a Falcon courier service in Guild Wars 2 at all. I haven't really thought about that. Hello, Gareth. With the war over, there's no need for me to rush to train volunteers and farmhands to fight. From now on, I can take my time training the new Queen's army. We won't be calling ourselves the Lion or the Shining Blade, or even the White Mantle. The Queen has decided to call our new unit the Seraph. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Hello, Blade Operative Paulina. Yeah, I'm not sure what wings thing she's talking about. Maybe Dwayna? I don't remember a specific Dwayna thing showing up, though. I certainly wasn't using Avatar of Dwayna.
How can I help?
Hello, Blade Operative Paulina. And I don't know if the... I didn't look for it. I didn't think to look for it. If the effect that Zin and... they're over there. Zin and Blim did. I don't know if that had an angelic form to it or not. Anyway, Blade Operative Paulina says, "We are the Blade of Kryta, and today we pierced the heart of the White Mantle. Their army is crushed, their leaders slain, and their gods banished from our world once and for all. Today is a day of celebration." Hey, Shadow.
You honor me.
Kryta is free from the shackles of tyranny at last. I know in my heart that Salma will be a fair and kind ruler, and that she has the strength necessary to lift Kryta out of these dark times. Hey, Snakebite. You see, all that strategy, all those boring meetings, and in the end, the whole thing is decided by a good old-fashioned brawl. Just the way I like it. I'd be honored to fight alongside you anytime, my friend. Hello, Saphir.
How can I help?
Now that the fiend Torimo is dead, I finally avenged the death of my parents. But I can't celebrate this victory until they've had a proper burial. I think after this I might quit the Shining Blade to go back to Loamhurst. I think it's what they would have wanted.
May the gods protect you.
Hey, Generic Ranger. Many things delayed our victory, but we persevered, and in the end, Kryta is free again. The Deep Root. Many brave men and women gave their lives today, so that Kryta can live free from the persecution of the White Mantle and their unseen gods. Their sacrifice shall not be in vain. We shall make Kryta a beacon of hope for all mankind. And so it is. Hey, Alari.
How can I help?
I added quite a few trophies to my collection today. It was an honor to fight alongside you, Rex Templars. Say, I was going to head out first thing in the morning to chase down the retreating remnants of the White Mantle. If you think you can keep up, you should come along. Hello, Zen. Another successful experiment, if I do say so myself. Not that I was expecting otherwise. I'm not called the Sensational Zen for nothing. Now that this is out of the way, I can start planning my revenge against those fools on the Arcane Council, who exiled him, if you recall. Hello, Blim. Have I told you about the time I did not receive a piece of Asura cake? This time I will be sure to get some cake, even if it is Buka cake. They told me I would receive a piece. You don't think that the cake is a lie, do you? If it is a lie again, I'll burn it all down. Ah, Portal references. Hey, Gox. We won. I helped. Praise me. Praise me. Oh, Gox. Well, I guess that's the end of the White Mantle. I was expecting a little more fight out of them myself, says Dorith. Ah, yes, the old man talking. Ha! These young'uns call this a final battle? Back in my day, we didn't have these newfangled discern magics to protect us from spectral agony. We just had to tough it out. Kids these days don't know how good they've got it. I remember the day you had to walk 15 miles uphill in the Shiver Peaks, then kill a spectral abomination just to get one piece of armor infused, and we liked it that way. Oh, I love these guys because they're referencing, like, Prophecy's release stuff. That's nothing. You wouldn't be sitting here if me and my two buddies hadn't killed the Lich Lord twice while he was on the Bloodstone, and we did it without help from any fancy pants heroes. Have you got mud for brains? That was us. Xantwin. Yeah, so what they're talking about with infusion there, well, for one thing, yeah, they're not saying it anymore. You can get infused in several locations. Iron Mines of Moladun is the first location you can get infused. Across the lake from that, you can get infused over here in Mineral Springs. Then there's also infusion possible in the Ring of Fire, which is what the bonus is about, which I haven't done yet. And I think you can also get infused in Abaddon's Mouth. So there's several locations you can get infused. But it used to be you'd only get one piece of armor infused when you got infusion. Now it's the full set of whatever you're wearing when you get infused. So that's what he's talking about with walk 15 miles uphill in the Shiver Peaks and kill Spectral Abomination just to get one piece of armor infused. That was these guys are like super meta, but I enjoy their sort of goofiness that way. But these are basically like referencing old school Prophecies players. Don't take them too seriously. They're a little bit fourth wall breaking. Hello. You call this a war? Ha! The last real war went on for 57 years! It took the combined might of the charge just to stop the three of us from fighting. This skirmish here only took 7 years. Talking about, from the moment the White Mantle took over. Because this is like 50... It's supposed to be 59 AE, I think. Timeline's really easy to get all wonkied up on. Timeline. So let's see. Char attack in 1070. So that's present day in pre-Searing, Char invasion of the Searing Ravagers, Ascalon bringing end to the Guild Wars, and the White Mantle take control of Kryta in 1070 AE, according to this. It's a little bit confusing because Korea... Actually... Hey, over here. I saw some White Mantle character names. Yeah, Korea over there. Who's over in Delesio Seaboard, talks about some of that. But according to the canonical timeline, not the one that's kind of like half presented in prophecies, because the lore is inconsistent in this game in a lot of spots. But the White Mantle take control in 1070 AE. And let's see. This is 1079, so the Krytan Civil War ends here. So prophecies was 1072 AE. That's when the Ascalonian refugees flee to Kryta, and we joined the Shining Blade in that time. I'm not quite sure. This is implying that the Shining Blade didn't get started for a couple of years, or at least that the Civil War didn't really get going fully until then, which I think is a reasonable argument. So, implying that the last Guild War went on for quite a while. Hey, Jorth. What's with the monster names these days? Was Great really the most dramatic word they could come up with for the Great Destroyer? Hey, that was in Sorrow's Furnace expansion, so I don't know. Back in my day, we had more impressive adjectives. He couldn't have been named the Distinguished Destroyer or the Eminent Destroyer. How about the Puissant Destroyer? Kids these days, what about talented or unparalleled? I mean, the Great Destroyer's name was established. We don't actually know the Great Destroyer's name. The Great Destroyer was supposed to be a code name, not its actual name. And it was supposed to be summoned if you spoke its real name. But they abandoned the lore of Sorrow's Furnace for expediency in setting up... I don't entirely like what they did with the Great Destroyer and Eye of the North, but I won't relitigate that here. There's enough of me complaining about that in the Eye of North playthrough. Hello, Cardin. All the times I hear how wonderful Lord Odran was at magic, or how great he was at opening portals. Odran. Well, let me tell you, he never would have found the mists in the first place if we hadn't shown him the way. Yeah, so for those who maybe don't remember what this is talking about or know offhand, he's talking about Lord Odran, which, incidentally, Odran's Razor is the current Flux, which is PvP-related stuff, but Odran's Razor is like the truest nature of the thing is often most revealing. It's just there's no effects on the Flux. It's a reference to Occam's Razor, but which is like the simplest solution is the most likely one. Or the simplest explanation is the most likely explanation. But yeah, so Odran is the guy who opened portals into the rifts. He was eventually killed by angry spirits, if I remember my lore correctly. But he's responsible for opening the rift that we now use to get to the Hall of Heroes in everywhere. So the Tomb of the Primeval Kings, he opened a rift there, and in the Battle Isles as well, he opened that rift. That gets us to the Hall of Heroes. So these guys are claiming credit for that. Hello, Farmer Fenella. Doing a good old warrior dance, I see. They say the White Mantle are gone, but how do I know the Unseen Ones aren't still watching me? Well, I have the gift of true sight, and there ain't any around right now, let me tell you. Layman Joseph. So this guy, super up with the White Mantle. Tried to steal a person's property, I saw in one spot. Again, there's a lot of ambient events. I don't want to necessarily try to hunt them all down. But he says, Huzzah! Long live Queen Salma! Death to the White Mantle and the unseen demons. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I knew you guys would win in the end. I was just keeping low profile. Yeah, that's it. He's obviously somebody who just goes with whoever's in power and tries to... let's see, what word am I trying to find? Kiss up to them or whatever. Flatter them, try to get what he can from them. Hello, Elder Arabne. My brave friend, we Krytans owe you a great debt of honor. You have earned my respect and the appreciation of the Krytan people. Hey, Farmer Dirk. Oh, I hope those mantle didn't do anything to my precious prize-winning hog. Hasn't that hog gone through enough troubles already? Armin the Guide. Armin the Guide just hangs out and gives you directions in Lion's Arch. I wonder if Queen Salma would let me run tours of the throne room. Hey, Benji McCullough. So Benji McCullough actually has you give an offering to Melandru in the Delesio Seaboard mission. So he's he kind of still believed in the true gods. My brother has decided to take over managing the offerings to the Shrine of Melandru. He wants to make amends for siding with the mantle. I think our neighbors in Hakewood will forgive him in time. So yeah, he was kind of more of a royalist, I guess. His brother joined the White Mantle, and we see them in the Delesio Seaboard mission. His brother was guarding the gate that led to where the offering was kept. But if we rescue Benji McCullough in Delesio Seaboard and keep him from dying, to the undead that are attacking the town of Hakewood right here, I guess this is Hakewood. Then the White Mantle, his brother will let us through to get the offering and everything. So, hello, Bodris. The business of rebuilding an entire nation is profitable. I look forward to being heavily involved in the efforts. Indeed. There's Kyria and Franklin up there. We'll get over to them now. I kind of... Let's see. I've talked to a lot of the people now. I'll talk to these two. These are the former Mantle. Hello, Kyria. I followed the White Mantle without question for many years. Knowing now what that meant, my guilt has no bounds. Hello, Franklin. I was a loyal member of the White Mantle for a long time, but the atrocities I saw committed are too much to bear. I intend to pledge my sword to the Seraph and help bring goodness back to the land. Gavin around here? I don't know. It would have been nice to see him show up. Haven't seen him yet. Over there is going to be a very important dialogue. We'll get to that in just right now. Captain Greywind, are you all right? You're bleeding. What happened to the settlers? Here's the Pace family. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. We had to divert east through Scoundrel's Rise and enter through Lion's Gate to avoid the White Mantle army. So that's... I can show you on the map what that is later. Did everyone make it safely? Where are the captain and Lieutenant Thackery? We found the missing family and escorted them here safely, but Langmar and Thackery stayed back to buy us time to escape. The last I saw them, they were leading the White Mantle army away from us. Have they not arrived here yet? I mean, these are protecting Ascalonians, so... I like how he's always holding a crystalline sword. No, we expected them to come in with you. You said they stayed behind to divert the White Mantle army? Just the two of them? Yes. You just left them there? What in Balthazar's blazes were you thinking? Asked Ian. He was thinking about the people of the settlement, Dian. He's their leader, and he needs to survive if they're going to rebuild. I'm sure Captain Langmar realized this as well, and sent him ahead for that reason. You know your captain well. That's what she told me when I protested her decision. But that means... No, they couldn't have been... Stop! Don't even finish that sentence. If there's anyone who could have survived those odds, it's Langmar and Thackery. Instead of worrying about what might have happened, we should be putting together a search party. Coro's right. We'll split up and cover the paths they could have taken to Lion's Arch. And Nola and Dian, you two should head out of the Lion's Gate and work your way back west towards the settlement, retracing Captain Greywind's steps. Rigo and I will... Rigo, get over here. Yes, Sergeant? Rigo, you and I will head through North Kryta Province and see if we can find them along that path. Coral, you stay here and treat Captain Greywind's wounds. Then see if you can get the Queen to lend us some strong swimmers to help search Lesser Giant's Basin. You don't think they... Until they turn up, anything is possible. We must search the water as well as the land. I will join you in the search. This is my responsibility too. But I won't take no for an answer, Sergeant. You're not going to defy a superior's orders, are you? No, sir, and thank you, but let Koro treat you first. You'd better still be alive out there, Captain. Is Dean Formati? Lieutenant Thackery, Mola Shepard says. Okay, I think they've kind of settled down. I was going to go talk to these two first. Hello, Cameron Jamison. Thank the gods this conflict is coming to an end. Now I can return to my enriching life of collecting things. Hilton Wills. I sure am glad Captain Greywind was there to escort us through Scoundrel's Rise. Those Murgoyles are fierce critters. I hope those nice Vanguard folks are alright, though. I haven't seen them since I got here. Yeah, so, what he's saying is they had to come through here, through Scoundrel's Rise, and enter in through the Lion's Gate all the way down here. The Lion's Gate is down this way. So this would theoretically be going through the Gates of Kryta area, and this leads kind of straight down into this area where there's a bridge going into the Lion's Gate area. Lion's Gate is an area that you visit when you bring a foreign character to Prophecies. But you can also just get there in the normal map. Okay, so these guys, keep this all in mind. This is going to lead directly into Hearts of the North. That will be starting when I finish this area, basically. Oh, Captain Greywind. I didn't like leaving them behind to distract the Mantle Army, but Ascalonian soldiers are survivors first and foremost. I'm sure they'll turn up. Hey, Koro. We can worry later. If you have time to worry, then you have time to help search for Langmar and Thackery. Hello, Lawrence. Until we find the lieutenant, I'm the highest-ranking officer in the Falcons. Never thought I could dislike a promotion this much. Hey, Nola. I won't cry. I won't cry. I don't want to be alone again. Please, let them be all right. Damn it. They'd better be alive or I'm going to need a keg of dwarven ale after all this. Hello, Rigo.
Dwayna's blessing upon you.
We can chat all you want after we find the captain and lieutenant. Now is not the time. We were attacked by some Murgoyles on our way back to Lion's Arch. Thank goodness Captain Greywind was there to protect us. Wilton Pace. Sienna Pace. Those two other soldiers stayed behind to give us time to escape. I pray they make it back safely. Hello, Anne. I hope we can go home soon. Mr. Greywind wouldn't let me go back for my doll earlier. Ah, yes. Said like a child with the priorities of a child. Understandable. Lion's Gate is right through that gate back there. Hello, Beto. Lion Guard Beto says, welcome to Lion's Arch, a free city once more. I mean, to be fair, the Lion Guard always kind of claimed Lion's Arch and didn't let the White Mantle set up a military presence in here. Well, First Watch. At long last, Kryta is free from the White Mantle and their deranged puppet masters. Once we've had a chance to assess our losses, the Lion Guard will be in need of worthy recruits to bolster our numbers. We're responsible for the safety of Lion's Arch, after all. Say, you're not looking for a new job, are you? Hey, Lion Guard Figo. Now that things are settling back to normal, foreign ships will once again visit our shores. I hope. He's in charge of customs, basically. Those who may not recall. I'm gonna wander back this way, see if they've hidden anyone back here. Kind of doubt it, but doesn't have to be thorough. There's the lighthouse, by the way. Kind of cool. That's actually, I think, a Canthan ship, maybe, but I mean, it's just standard set dressing, so. little beachfront. It's a little bit of a pity that they couldn't go and change some of the set dressing. Like, that's still a White Mantle banner up on that. But, oh well, what you gonna do? I think this goes back quite far, actually. Be one of those places where it'd be nice to have a run speed buff on my bar, but yeah, this does go. This goes really far back, my goodness. Maybe this is where all the cartography is hidden in Lion's Arch. There's an enormously long path back to the lighthouse that nobody ever takes. Huh. Turns out you can walk all the way over to the lighthouse with its... That is the White Mantle symbol on it. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Okay, maybe not the most cinematic screenshot, but an unusual perspective all the way over here. Here's Lion's Arch from a distance. No NPCs hidden over here, though. And talking to everybody and talking about everything here. Let's see, how long have we been in this map? An hour. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue to go over. We're almost done with it, though, so we'll move on to the next part soon, I think. A little fishing area. Oh, they collect crabs here. And there's just stairs leading down to the water, because why not? I don't think there's anybody on the docks. Jiaju Tai's usually over here, but I don't know that she's here right now. This will lead me back around to where Queen Salma is, though, so I can talk to her then. That area on the other side is actually part of the, like, Celestia Seaboard mission. Or at least since it's that general area. The White Mantle have their barracks and stuff over because they were not permitted to have them in Lion's Arch. That's one of those lore things that's kind of easy to forget. All right, so let's go ahead and finish this up, this section up by talking to Queen Salma. Hello. The battle for Lion's Arch. This day is a momentous one. I'm glad you were a part of all this. We could not have done any of this without you. Now remember, none of our player characters can be Krytan. If you're in Prophecies, you're an Ascalonian, you're a Canthan, or you're an Elonian, but you're not a Krytan. So we're always a foreigner fighting for the freedom of Kryta, which is kind of interesting. The battle for Lion's Arch. Victory is ours, as well as a pile of experience, money, and royal gifts and other things. The war in Kryta is finally over. Thank you for your help, brave adventurer. We will now turn our efforts to maintaining the peace we have won. So that quest, there's that overarching quest to kind of just guide you through doing the war in Kryta. That was added later to make it easier for people to follow along afterwards. The Krytan people will never forget what you have done for us. Know that you will always have a home within our borders. I'll be on my way. Okay, so that kind of concludes this stuff here. Yeah, that's that goes quite far, doesn't it? I'm going to take a screenshot of this because it's really interesting to have dots on Lion's Arch. So what this brings us to is our next part. I'm actually going to go back into the keep just to show you what that looks like. I probably, have a bunch of unclaimed loot. So I'm going to run ad break while I clear out my inventory. And then we will pick back up by going into the keep again. It's going to help if I spell commercial correctly. All right, time to ID a bunch of stuff. Highly salvageable, eh? Drop off some confessors stuff. Oh. Oh ho. I see. Let's drop you over there. One of those moments where I have to do all sorts of housekeeping on my inventory. Those away. Except those. Chromatic and minor blood magic. I should actually be moving my way this direction. I don't think I need a minor blood magic rune for anything. Wow, what a terrible enchanting. I mean, the Ebon mod is good regardless if you need an Ebon weapon, but I do not. As a giant pile of wood. I'm not surprised. That's kind of what I expect staves to salvage into. I don't think bone lace is worth anything, and I don't think prismatic or minor blood is either. A lot of people are going to want major or superior blood magic for BIP builds, because the 13 mark is really nice to hit, but you kind of don't want to have to invest a ton into it. Bone lace, yeah, that's not worth anything like I thought. Minor blood. Well, minor blood has a little bit of value, but not enough. Prismatic. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'm just going to sell all this stuff to the merchant. It's not worth it to me to salvage out anything more. So that's Bodris the Outfitter, who we were just talking to. I don't need a bunch of cloth, which is what the stuff would salvage into. Goodbye, sir. I'm going to put these clovers away. All right. So I do have 15 medals of honor. I could get something if I wanted. Actually, you know what? I'll just take this whole thing of war supplies. I'll go turn in the Confessor's orders. So you can come back in here. Just to kind of show this a little bit. Greetings, adventurer. Princess Salma has returned to the keep. You and your allies may enter. We may always enter. This dialogue doesn't update or anything for having completed it. But there are some things that do update. So we will take a look at some of that as well. One of the things that you'll notice here is Dynas is no longer in a ridiculous outfit. Finally, I am free of that terrible outfit. Seriously, who came up with that? Thigh-high boots? A tunic that only covers one side? And that hat! Blah! Oh, the things I'm willing to do for the country I love. So yeah, I love Dynas' commentary on the costume. I think it echoes... Hey, Fear, good to see you. I think it echoes a lot of player thoughts on the outfit as well. We can continue to do bounties if we want to. And that'll respawn the War and Kryta enemies, which is kind of neat. I don't know that there's a whole lot else different here. Graham obviously is now here, so we can get these weapons. I already talked about them in detail, though. Good to see you, Fear. I'm glad you're able to be here. And now that the war is effectively over, I can still trade these in for supplies, so I'm happy to do that. Hey, Shining Blade Guard. No harm shall come to the Queen as long as I have air in my lungs and blood in my veins. Yeah, so now she's probably updated to be Queen Salma. Though the war is over, there's still many threats that the Queen may face. Yeah, I don't think any of this dialogue is different, no. This guy might be a little different. With the White Mantle all but destroyed, I've had to shift my focus to the reconstruction effort. Planning out supply routes and organizing artisans may not be as exhilarating as planning raids on mantle strongholds, but I will gladly serve Kryta in whatever capacity I am needed. Is this different? I have sworn to protect her with my life, should it be necessary, he says. I don't think anyone is going to call guarding a lion's arch an easy job anymore. Yeah, maybe not. I think this is... yeah, this is the same. Lyria's orders are clear. Protect the queen at all costs. I'm glad that the Shining Blade are sticking around. I fear the White Mantle will not be the last danger that Lion's Arch faces. I think this is the same, though. Just like, supplies will help us with restoring the country, sort of thing. Do these Krytans say anything different down here? We were quite busy treating the wounded, both royalists and mantles alike. Perhaps our enemies would not show us the same mercy, but that is what sets us apart from them. I've been considering joining the Seraph, and do you think they need more monks? It is great to once again be able to worship the 6 gods without fear of persecution. It was the gods' will for Queen Salma to take back Kryta. They must have plans for the future of our fine kingdom. Yeah, these guys are all going to have the same pool of dialogue. I like that they have some additional updated things to say. I think a lot of the Lion Guard are probably going to have the same sort of box text. Yeah. But also you can go get Oppressor's Weapons over here now. So that's pretty cool. And the camp in Dekutu is basically abandoned. I guess I could run back there. We might have cause to go that way later. Yeah, actually, we'll have cause to go this way later, I think. So I want to remember to stop by there, but yeah, you can come here and get daggers or divine favor focuses or something if you want. Anybody up here? You can come all the way up here. I didn't really show that, but... The White Mantle were one among many threats to the Queen. Hope the others learn from their defeats. I'd hate to have to clean my blade again. No harm shall come to the Queen as long as I have air in my lungs and blood in my veins. Okay, it looks like they have about 3 lines or whatever that they cycle between. But yeah, you can actually see the crevasse over there that leads to the Eye of the North. That's kind of cool. Yeah, right next to that little area. Shining Blade guards have a slightly different pool than Lion Guard, but I've talked to them both at this point. And this is the top of the keep. We're quite a ways up here, actually. With quite the view of Lion's Arch sprawled out before us. Man, some really cool views out here. That's really easy to kind of miss. There's a lot of terraced farming in Kryta, actually, which is pretty neat. This goes out quite far, actually. Where are we overlooking? Oh, yeah. This is one of those things that happens with games. It doesn't actually make sense for us to not be able to see additional land over here. But just kind of like the map ends like here, so it kind of just cuts off. This is into the Gates of Kryta area, though. We should be able to see these mountains and the Shiver Peaks beyond, but they only have so much like skybox space and things like that. I'm sure it's the sort of thing where they would have liked to have done more with it and been more thorough, but you're limited with what you can do. So that's down to the Gates of Kryta mission. It'd be really cool to see a remaster of this game that has proper like sight lines and things, because like looking this way and seeing the Shiver Peaks in the distance would be really freaking cool, and I'd love that. It doesn't impact that much per se, but on the other hand, it does, and like it doesn't have any gameplay effect, but it's one of those things that'd be really cool. And yeah, this would lead down to the Lion's Gate. This is the north entrance there. So yeah, that's the stuff here. So let's go up to the Eye of the North area and see the consequences. I think this should be able to start right away. Oh, I do want to turn these war supplies in to my bank. Maybe I should go show you what can be inside the royal gifts, actually, before we move on. That's not a bad idea. So we'll pick up here in just a second. I'm going to go open the royal gifts on a different character, just because a lot of them are going to be sweets. And I want to have them in this character's inventory rather than having to shuffle them through my storage bank to this guy. Because this guy is the guy who's going for like Sweet Tooth and things like that. So here's our royal gifts. We got 23 of them for doing the war in Kryta. So we got some Krytan brandy. Oh, a scroll of resurrection. That's kind of nice. A perfect salvage kit. Some shining blade rations. More Krytan brandy. A scroll of hunter's insights, which is kind of unremarkable, but whatever. Oh, a shining blade warhorn. This double click to summon 3 shining blade allies of your level that aid you in combat. That's kind of cool. Another just random scroll. Another warhorn. Another perfect salvage kit, which is nice. Another warhorn. Oh, and a superior ID kit. Another scroll, another superior ID kit. Yeah, you can also get medals of honor out of these. I just got another one. Some Krytan locum, which is a sweet. That speeds you up. Wow, I'm getting a lot of superior ID kits. I was not expecting this many. Scroll of Heroes Insight. Another standard scroll. Another standard scroll. And another standard scroll. So that's the sort of stuff you can get from it. There's a lot of different things in here. So I got like 8 Krytan brandy, 2 perfect salvage kits, 5 shining blade rations, 3 scrolls of hunter's insight, and 4 scrolls of rampager's insight. 3 superior ID kits, a resurrection scroll. I already had a few lying around, but some shining blade warhorns, some Krytan locum, a scroll of heroes insight, and a couple of medals of honor. So I can drop those in my pile, as well as the shining blade rations. These are just like a candy cane or something. They just remove 15% of your death penalty. I don't tend to use these a whole lot, but so I have things like pumpkin cookies and plentiful supply. But it's certainly an option that's around for that purpose. Okay, let's head back, and gonna have to clear up that guy's inventory at some point. Actually, you know what? Let's just drop a some of these superior ID kits. This makes you run faster. For 10 minutes, you move 25% faster. Those are very nice to have in town. Let's go ahead and just stick a superior ID kit in. I don't have any more blank spaces. I don't stick that in, right? Yeah, okay. Let's just go ahead and stick a superior ID kit in there, and I can grab it on Rex for later. Okay. So, now it's time for Hearts of the North. So this picks up directly after the events we just witnessed. Notably, Thackery and that whole organization, search party organization. Thackery has gone missing, and Captain Langmar have gone missing. So they're both gone missing. I'm going to leave my party for now. Liquid Snake's still there in the Hall of Heroes, huh? Been doing that a lot. I think it triggers here. It might trigger on the other side. Nope, it's here. So, because we've seen that discussion, now these guys all show up here with Gwen. You guys say anything? Oh, nope. I can't even... I just pathed right through them. So this is important to beginning the next step. You're back! Finally! Where are Lieutenant Thackery and the captain? Are they still outside? We are back, and now there is much to talk about. Shouldn't we wait for Lieutenant Thackery and Captain Langmar to arrive before beginning the briefing? Aren't they right behind you? They are not here. As I said, there is much to discuss. Gwen, honey, maybe you should sit down. What do you mean they aren't here? Why do I need to sit down? Where's the captain? Where's Kieran? Tell me, what is going on? The captain of the Ebon Vanguard stands before us. What? Where? It's you, Gwen. You are the captain now. That's only temporary. Not anymore. It is my sad duty to inform you that Captain Langmar perished in the defense of the Ascalon settlement in Kryta. You were her chosen successor. Thus, you're now our captain. Captain perished? Kieran! Oh gods, where's Kieran? Is he hurt? Tell me where he is. We don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You lost him? Not exactly. He was last seen with Captain Langmar, holding off the White Mantle army so that the settlement could be evacuated. Last seen? Oh no. Tell me everything. We organized an extensive search of the area around Lesser Giant's Basin, and even searched the lake bottom as best we could. On the very north side of the lake, we found a fresh, shallow grave that we believe holds the remains of Captain Langmar. As such, we believe that Kieran survived the jump into the water and somehow managed to swim to the north side, dragging Captain Langmar's injured body with him. Unfortunately, her wounds were too great. I think she may have succumbed to spectral agony before they even got to shore. And Kieran, were there any signs of him alive? Nothing conclusive. Tracks that lead away from the gravesite indicate that he too was injured. They head north for a ways, but then... then what? They just stop. It looks like there might have been a bit of a scuffle, but there are no tracks from there. The trail just ends. And you found no other traces of him? No, Captain. We think he was heading north to get back home to you and may have run into some trouble. Maybe he was captured. You think? You think? Maybe? Thinking and maybes never brought anyone back alive. Where did your search lead you after that? That's where it ended, Captain. You know how dangerous the country is up there. Centaurs, Jotun, bandits. The place is crawling with all manner of beings that would wish a man harm. We felt it best to return here and brief you on the situation. Yeah, I don't know about infusion. It's certainly not common. And so you have. And now we must pick up the search from here. Captain... if Kieran was trying to get home, he wouldn't have given up until he had made it here or died trying. Now, let's hope we find him before the latter occurs. If he truly was captured, we have no idea how long they'll keep him alive, so there isn't much time. Take a day to rest, and then we'll start organizing search parties. Ian, you have friends amongst the Norn. I want you to make for Gunnar's Hold right away. We will need their help. Dismissed. Hey, Gwen. But yeah, probably not infused, because most people would not be. Like, in the world. Hey, Gwen.
How can I help?
I don't know that she has any more dialogue after that. Okay. Oh, nope, she starts crying. So we get some follow-up to it. This begins the Heart of the North chain of events. So what we've got is... I think this is Lesser Giant's Basin. So they went into the water here and came ashore somewhere up here, which is an area we obviously can't go. But the other thing is, after the events of the war in Kryta, we have the leader of the Shining Blade and the leader, or the captain of the Ebon Vanguard as heroes for our party, which is kind of amusing. So Livia and Gwen are two very important leaders that are now heroes. Or have been heroes, but are now important leaders, which is kind of amusing. It's something that's really easy to overlook, is the significance of the heroes from the Eye of the North expansion. Okay, so with that, we're kind of like left without much in the way of clues. We know that he went off somewhere. I seek guidance. This is just for these things. We'll come to the Scrying Pool later. Okay, so our task now is to begin searching for what happened to him. For that, we will need to go this direction, actually. I'm going to grab Hada again. I feel like it. Let's grab Anton as well. Anton, Gwen, Ogden. Hada's down this way. Hada and General Morgan. I need General Morgan's run fast. Anton has no bar. You have some daggers? Oh, you're wielding my brass knuckles. That's good to know. I may have forgotten that I stuffed those over there to be able to sell them. It's possible. It's possible that this happened. Yep. Distinctly possible. Okay, so if I need to know where my brass knuckles are, he's got them. I probably don't want to keep him wielding those long term, because that seems like a bad plan. Do I have a spare... Dance with Death is not exactly what I'm looking for. The 15/50, that's also not what I'm looking for. I have a lot of Dance with Deaths floating around. I'm not really looking for much for, like... here's what I am looking for. I don't really need this Quickening mod, because I'm not making a whole lot of staves, but I'm absolutely happy to take this Max Brawn over Brains out. And put them in these daggers. There we go. That's most of what those need. And that gets a thing out of my Shunlai, which is always a win. These put away because I like to stuff all my money in my bank. Okay, Anton is a member of the Ebon Vanguard, for those who do not remember. And why would you? Bit of a more obscure detail. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, he has nothing going on here. Okay, one second. I need to stop by my guild hall and get Anton kitted up. I'm going to grab Zenmai as well. See how I have her runed up, because I want to rune him up differently than I have her. So she's major critical strikes and major dagger mastery. Okay. So what do I want to do with him? Yeah, and she's got infiltrators. I think infiltrators is a good generic one for assassins. What that's worth. I think I might give him a superior dagger mastery. I like that plan. Minor critical, minor deadly, minor shadow. Night Stalkers is the popular one that they have. It's Radiant. Radiant's pretty cheap right now, actually. I'm going to go ahead and get him set of radiant insignia. Okay. Thank you, Zenmai, for your services. You are no longer required. Once I finish getting him kitted up, we will give him a skill bar, but we will do that back in town. This is a very different type of content that we're about to engage in, by the way. But back in town where I'm getting normal skills rather than PvE skills. Okay. So what I want to do with him is actually do some motivation. Sure, we'll go with the split. I'm going to give him the power is yours. Something to do with his daggers, you know? Specifically with all of the adrenaline he's building. Not lyric purification. Course of restoration. Because I got a lot of shouts going on. So that seems kind of nice to have. Yeah. That's really all I need from here. His critical eye is pretty underwhelming because it was fairly low critical strikes, so not gonna worry about a lot of that. I will give him dash and signet of return though. There, that'll work. It's not like I'm expecting a whole lot of danger going this direction. I do want a different bar though. I'm gonna bring Mind Burn. I like Mind Burn. The enemies from the war should be no longer spawning, so. As I recall how this works. There's lava font. What I was looking for. Of course, it's nice, but very energy intensive. Big glowing gaze is not a bad idea. Okay. Yeah, that's some sort of bar. Okay, into the Watchtower Coast. I feel like Gwen coming along to search makes a lot of sense as well. I enjoy a physical heavy party. But you can see this is now just Tengu again. Like, these guys are not high level. They'll melt pretty quickly, so. Although these wild will insist on shouting all of my enchantments, which is very quite rude. And this is why I wanted lava font. So, Hearts of the North has a very different style to it, which I think is a pretty interesting one at that. Anton's going to have a hard time actually hitting anything. Because these enemies are woefully underleveled. So like I said, if you want to get the Warren Kryta spawns back, you can just take one of the bounties, and they will return. Ah, we have over here an embedded arrowhead, it seems. This is of interest to me. Let's go interact with it. After clearing out some of this wildlife. I'm gonna go ahead and hide this costume for now. I'm In my good old pyromancer's outfit that I've worn for so much of the time here. Okay, embedded arrowhead. An arrowhead lies embedded within the ground. Something about the unique shape of the arrowhead seems familiar, as though you've seen it used somewhere before. The ground shows signs of a conflict that took place here. Perhaps a scrying pool in the Eye of the North can help shed some light on what happened in the past. I'll get to the bottom of this. The arrowhead. Quest added. Excellent. I'm actually going to switch over to the Hydromancer set because this set is the Monument Armor set, so it belongs to the Ebon Vanguard, and that feels appropriate. All right, let's go up this way. Marianne, I have this, like, bog scale fin that maybe you're interested in. I don't know. Thought I'd check.
Dwayna's blessing upon you.
Here, have this. Thank you. Okay, Hall of Monuments. How's my Master's Dungeon Guide? Oh, that's right. This is just so close to being done. So close. One of these future streams we'll do it. Post Guild Wars Beyond stuff. What's that you found? Wait, that's one of Kieran's arrowheads. He always used to fashion his own. He said they worked better that way. If we use that, maybe the Scrying Pool can show us what happens. I can only hope, but we may need more. I think I have just the thing. I have one of Kieran's bows. God's willing, it will be enough. Come and speak with me when you're ready to take it. Okay, so this begins the gimmick, I guess, of this. Let's put this staff away for the moment.
How can I help?
Obtain Kieran's bow from Gwen. So we can come back and get this as many times as we need to. So this is just a lame recurve bow, but we can equip it. Scrying Pool, what do you say? The Scrying Pool begins to react as you approach, thoughts of the arrowhead fixed firmly in your mind.
How can I help?
Alright, well then, Scrying Pool. Show me the story of the arrowhead. The water in this pool is so clear, its reflection is like a window into another world. So this is a really cool mechanic. I think it would have been really neat, actually, if they had added a lot more stuff that does things like with this. They could actually do a lot of content if they had continued to make stuff, obviously. But they could have done a lot of content using this idea of using the Scrying Pool to look into past events. And what we do here is we actually get to replay this, Auspicious Beginnings. So we're getting to play stuff. Now here we have a character, a Miku, a White Mantle Zealot. This one has been following us. What is your name, girl? Hey, I'm the one asking questions here. Where's the one called Danthor? You dare to make demands of us? Here, let me show you how we deal with insolence. This doesn't look good, Kieran, I assume, thinks to himself, using the parentheses to indicate thought. Heh, I've seen far worse in my life than the likes of you. Now answer my question. This is accurate. Definitely not good. You there! Your fight is with me! Let's see. So all of these skills kind of combine to do a combined set of things. And yeah, this is a whole thing. But what we're doing is we're seeing the past. I think it would have been really cool to be able to have this. So tell me, do you make a habit of showing off in front of girls? Asked Miku. What? It was only my intention to help. And you were very eager to lend, Mr. Just call me Kieran. Well then, Kieran, please call me Miku. Now you can help me find Danthor. And why should I do that? I've got some place that I need to get back to. And yet, you aren't there. I think you'll help for the same reason you stepped in. Same reasons you stepped in. Now, let's go. What have I gotten myself into? Kieran thinks. So this is a really cool mechanic where we're basically getting to go back in time and play Kieran Thackery doing stuff with Kieran Thackery skills. This is very similar, actually, to the bonus mission pack stuff that we could do in the capital cities and stuff. I've shown them off before. But that's like very similar to that, which is actually really cool. And I would like more stuff in this game that could look into past events like this, with like specific characters and things like that. I think it's a really neat mechanic. And they could have done more stuff like that with the Scrying Pool, I think, and kind of shown off things. It's not going to happen, but it's a really cool thing that they did, and I like that they did it, and I would have liked to have seen more of it. Now, you can see our name has been changed to Kieran Thackery as well, and if you look at our attributes, we have 20 expertise, 20 wilderness survival, and 20 marksmanship, which is capped in all of those, which is crazy. Mostly irrelevant as well, since we don't actually have any proper ranger skills, although expertise will make our skills cheaper, theoretically. And wilderness and marksmanship will increase our damage. Wilderness survival doesn't do much here, though. So we have a list of 6 specific skills. That's a bit of a quick start. It would have been nice. Yeah, your health, energy, and skills have been, and attributes have been adjusted accordingly. It would have been nice if they had given a little bit more time to read over your skills. I've done this before, so I know what they do. But the first skill here is Kieran's Sniper Shot. 15-second recharge, 10 energy, but expertise on ludicrous levels like 4. You never have energy problems as Kieran. Bow attack deals plus 50 piercing damage to target foe and inflicts bleeding for 25 seconds. Has a 25% chance of dealing plus 900 damage 100% if the target foe is marked, which Miku marks targets for death. She calls it out. You hit that target, it's a hex, but if you hit that target with Kieran's Sniper Shot, it does a ton of damage. You saw that in a couple segments with that fight there. So this is kind of like his premier skill. Does a bunch of additional damage, and the power is combining it with Miku's call to respond to her call by using it for a lot of bonus damage. Gravestone Marker. This is 8-second recharge bow attack. Deals plus 35 piercing damage and cripples target foe for 15 seconds. If target foe is suffering from weakness, that foe is knocked down for 3 seconds. So weakness is not normally a thing rangers are known for doing, but I don't know if Miku can inflict it or not. She might be able to. Terminal Velocity. This is a 2-second recharge interrupting skill that deals plus 30 piercing damage and interrupts target foe, so the plus 30 damage is on top of the interrupt. On a 2-second recharge for 5 energy, this is an absolutely ludicrous interrupt skill. Absolutely ludicrous, and we haven't even gotten to the additional effects. So if target foe is bleeding, they also suffer from a deep wound for 20 seconds, and the arrow moves twice as fast, meaning it's easier to hit your interrupts. So this is like the most powerful bow interrupt skill in the game. It's arguably is one of the most powerful interrupt skills in the game, period. It is absolutely ludicrous. It has the whole gash line, where sever artery, gash is the classic sword combo. Has that same sort of effect. Rain of Arrows, 4-second recharge, bow attack. Shoot arrows at target foe and up to 3 foes near your target, and each arrow strikes for plus 20 damage if it hits. This is an area of effect attack, similar to volley or barrage, but without removing preparations. Not really relevant, because Kieran doesn't use any preparations, but notable. Relentless Assault. This is really important to remember this thing's bonus effect. This starts off with, you lose 3 conditions. Remember that. This is how you get rid of conditions. It is on a 10-second recharge, so it's not like right away or anything, but it's very, very useful. And then it does do an additional plus 20 piercing damage, and the target foe suffers poison for 20 seconds. Now, the fact that these are all saying that they deal piercing damage on the plus 20 means that they're adding 20 piercing damage to the attack. The bow deals piercing damage already, as a reminder. But because it deals plus 20 piercing damage, it will, what's the words I'm looking for here? It's not armor ignoring damage. It respects armor, so it's not like you're going to see the numbers quite the same way as you would with other stuff. Like the plus 900 damage on here is armor ignoring, but the plus 50 is not. So that's kind of relevant to be aware of. And then finally we have Nature's Blessing, which is a 20-second recharge stance. So this is a stance, so you can activate it instantly, and if you're knocked down or anything else. For 10 seconds, you and all allies within earshot are healed for 50, and lose 1 hex every 1 second. So this is a big area of effect healing skill. It heals our allies, it heals us. It basically, like 500 health and 10 hexes lost over the course of 10 seconds. This is a very important healing skill, but this is your condition removal, so it's important to remember that. Weakness must be something that she can inflict for the Gravestone Marker to trigger off of. I'm not quite sure what her skills are offhand. She does have a lot of her own custom unique skills, however. When your eyes wander, so does your mind. Focus on the task that is at hand. Miku has some really powerful skills, so. But apparently, Kieran Thackery, after is on his way back down. So he came up that way. He's now returning down. We are just started our conflict here. You can see the value of some of this stuff. Kieran is tanky, but you do not lose if Miku dies. You do lose if Kieran dies. So just be careful of that. So some important, just another additional note on like his trek. So apparently he and somewhere along this shore, he and Captain Langmar jumped into the water. Captain Greywind led the paces, and I think a couple of other people. One of the collectors was indicated. Down through Scoundrel's Rise, down this way, and back into Lion's Arch through the gate down here to avoid the White Mantle. Kieran and Captain Langmar was mortally injured. Kieran grabbed her and jumped into this body of water right here, swam to this northern shore somewhere, came out and came back in down over near Beetleton here. And this is where he's met up with Miku, who has got her own thing going on in the middle of all of this. So keep in mind, this is as the White Mantle Army, or like just after the White Mantle Army has swept in to do their attack, probably shortly before the attack on things. So they still have a few people roaming the countryside. And Miku is looking for someone named Danthor. We don't know a whole lot of what that's about. Okay, he's not relevant right now. Okay, I think Promise of Death removes his ability to block. Yeah, she inflicts cripple with something. Nope. Man, such a ridiculous interrupt skill. Get your flesh golem out of here. So you do have to be careful managing your health here as Kieran. So the thing that's a little wonky about this is we don't actually go up this way. We go down this. I mean, we could go up that way. There's not really a reason to, but that I'm aware of. But maybe we want to go up that way because we found the arrowhead like right there. This is one where it also came out in kind of pieces, and it was useful to. It's useful to look stuff up on the wiki of where things come out. I mean, all of these Guild Wars Beyond things came out in parts. I really like these sort of mini missions that you get with them. You can actually repeat these as well. You can go back to show me the story of the thing, which is also a bit different since I don't think any of the parts of War and Kryta are repeatable. Just the search for bounties. Sure, let's get this pet out of the way. I should not stand in Savannah heats. Yeah. So if I select Miku, she uses a lot of Jagged Strike, but she has like her own. She has Temple Strike too. But she has a couple of custom skills. Spirit of Agony. So over here is where we found the arrowhead. Not that there's anything to fight over here apparently right now, but you know, I want to play the idea that he came through here. Why are you so intent on finding Danthor? I had finally found a home here in Kryta. He took that away. He branded my loved ones traitors. They were all I had left. I'm sorry. I didn't know. That's why you asked. Hey, a face like yours is meant for sadness. Don't dwell on the past, and we'll do what we can for the future. This is where I need to run away. Mending touch. Yeah, this can be quite painful. Oh boy. This is the part where I wish this was a run speed buff. Have your degen. There we go. Miku's alive. That's good for me. Okay, well, this will happen sometimes. You have to be really careful as Kieran because his durability is limited. So I needed to try that again. I'm not going to try going up that way. Obviously, if you die, you have to start over. These can be kind of tricky and surprisingly difficult, so. Really? Again, we saw this dialogue already, so I'm not feeling a need to read it. One of the things that's really important is to let Miku tank. Your job is... Now, keep in mind, the fact that she's spamming Jacket Strike on things is actually good for us because it empowers our or near insta-kill. Or empowers our interrupts to inflict deep wounds as well. So, but don't be afraid to, like, back off if you need to. Because you need to stay alive, she doesn't, so... Of swiftness, eh? Yeah. The priests... Hey, got my 25% chance to wreck a dude. There we go. So I have a couple points of discussion and stuff along the way. I salvaged these Wingblade swords and this healing Ankh. More chitin from that. How bizarre. You. Yeah. The recharge on this is kind of important. Let's see. I'm gonna follow the southern path for the moment. And actually, let's heal Miku up. This does heal Miku, Nature's Blessing, so it's important to remember that. Let's not have your hexes on me, shall we? Yeah, she has Withering Blade, which deals plus 50 damage and inflicts weakness on the target for 20 seconds. Very nice skill that assassins don't get. It's just a special skill for her. Nothing should be able to ever get a resurrection off against Kieran, by the way. It would have been nice to get some bonus skills from these things, though. I don't know if these guys are going to cause me problems. I'm going to take out this group here. Union? No, don't need that coming up. Again, it's best to not tank if you can help it. Oh my goodness, too many conditions. Yeah, feeling it over there. There we go. Maybe you don't get to do that, eh? So at this point, our goal is to just locate Danthor. Experience the story of where Kieran has been during his disappearance and how he came to meet the assassin Miku. Oh yeah, that guy needs to go down. That guy and his minions. I don't think Promise of Deathing a Bone minion is really a worthy target, but here we are. Sure. Take it. Ah, didn't notice that guy doing the res. There we go. I really like the way that they have these be kind of buddy characters that can team up to function together. I think that's really, really neat. Here's Danthor the Adamant and some White Mantle. Danthor, turn and face me. I don't have time for this. I must see that his plan is set into motion. You there, handle this. So she uses Promise of Death, which is a very lethal skill. White Mantle Devotee. Nope. No bone minions. Nope, no vengeance. You got your healing signet off, though. Let me get my loot. I can't believe his cowardice! He ran! He was heading to the Maguma jungle. Let's press on. And we get 2 medals of honor for completing that, as well as the quest reward of 5,000 experience, a platinum, and 1.25 thousand Vanguard reputation points. 1,250. We get some good rewards from doing that, including more medals of honor. Hey Gwen, any thoughts? Kieran, he's alive! Thank the six. I was so worried that I'd lost someone else close to me. I don't think I can stand going through that pain again. But where is he now? And why isn't he here? And wait, who is that with him? I need to know more, please. I know I've asked a lot of you in the past, but I know that I can trust you with this. It's important. Please, find Kieran, or find some trace of where he has gone. So, this is now our mission, our objective, our quest.
How can I help?
So the idea here, I think, is that the Scrying Pool, and we can replay the story of the Arrowhead if we want, but the Scrying Pool showed us what Kieran just went through. So she was able to watch alongside all of that. So let's see. I think the next area is over this way. I want to stop by the camp in Takudu anyway. Let's see. Ogden. Gwen. Who do I have with me? Here. Anton, General Morgan. Ada. If I get 2 more, I'm going to toss in Elias. And Takwara. That seems fine-ish, mostly. I mean, I want to change Elias's bar a little bit. To include these guys. Okay, and of course I need to clear out my inventory, so I'm going to run an ad break while I do that. Move those pre-roll ads for a little while. Can't hide. Alright, that one gave me iron. That's what I like to see. Bought for more of those Confessor's Orders. Maxing myself out on tanned hide squares here. Don't really need to store any more in my bank either, so I'm probably just going to sell those ones. Sometimes sand hide can have more value at the merchant, or at the trader, but it's just not worth it for 5 squares, or whatever you want to call them. This is a good source of Ebon Vanguard points, by the way. This guy's Ebon Vanguard title is probably getting pretty hefty. The one that I need to get up is this one, actually. But we'll look at that later. I think the ad break is still running for the moment. Does Salma have different dialogue here? I don't know that she does. No, she does not. Don't know why people have Melandri's Watcher up. It's not like that does anything. Oh, there's Brother Mizar, by the way. Theophilus. Is Balshan around here, or is he in LA? I think he might be in LA, actually, talking about the Doom being 9. Apparently people are going after... What is today's Zaishin bounty that people are looking for it? Oh, okay, that's why people are going into like the underworld or whatever. All right, so I think this is the direction of the next one. I might actually just make sure I'm going to the right area. Okay. Yeah. It is where I think it is. Cool. Good. Okay, so we're going to start by making our way down to the Dekutu camp, because I want to go check out that after the events of the War in Kryta. Let's just put on our Shadow Agent title, because it's thematically appropriate. It's not going to do anything for us here. There's no char to fight. But so far we know that there's a girl named Miku who found a new home here. She appears to be Canthan, so most likely what we know so far is... We don't know when she arrived, so we don't know if she's fleeing the plague specifically. There's a good indication that that may have been the case. It was a while back that the Plague of the Afflicted started, at this point, narratively speaking. Well, that thing did not like a mind burn. So she's around and hunting somebody named Danthor, who, because he killed her, I guess, like adoptive family or something like that. It's not entirely clear what's going on with her just yet. But obviously she has it out for this Danthor fellow. Kieran happens to insert himself in the situation and is now helping her after burying Langmar. So it seems indicated that Kieran was at first trying to return back to help with the war effort. And that's where he was. So let's see. These are actually, yeah. There's base damage is a little higher, but my mind burn hits twice and sets things on fire for freaking ever. I actually think it's a little bit quicker to get down to the camp going this way. But the fact is we'll have to go back up, so I think I'm going to go this direction. So our objective right now is to figure out where Kieran went through next, so that way we can try to find an informative object to give us more information. We know that he was somewhere this direction, though. We know he went towards the Maguma Jungle from Kryta, and the only way to get to the Maguma Jungle from Kryta is through Majesty's Rest. So that's ultimately where we're headed. We're ultimately headed to Majesty's Rest. But I do want to stop in that war camp, like I said, because I want to follow up on things there, because I think there's a little bit of additional dialogue after you finish. I want to go check out. I wish there was more out in some of these maps, particularly during prophecies, like Talmark Wilderness, Tears of the Fallen, and Twin Serpent Lakes just has nothing going on during prophecies proper. which is unfortunate because it would have been nice to have had stuff to do with it, but oh well. Just not how it is. Hope everyone's doing well today. Oh yeah, that's so much burning. That's a really good mind burn. Oh, hello. Where'd you all come from? Kind of like this weird team I've got put together. So you can see there's no longer Shining Blade guards along here or anything. I mentioned that because there had been a bunch of Shining Blade guards when we came through here previously. We just have Elder Rabna and Galstaff over there. But you'll notice that all of the, like, tents and everything are still up. So that's, and like the training area, all of that is still here. It hasn't been removed. It's just all empty. Hey, Ursula Rules. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay, Elder Rapno, what do you say now that we've finished the war in Kryta? I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do with all these tents now that the war has ended. Perhaps we should use them to shelter refugees who lost their homes during the war. It's not a bad idea. This guy's still looking for Murgarl skulls. There's an Artisan who's for some reason is just way over in the corner. Also, it's really interesting that there's these separate pig models as well as the warthogs. I don't know. Just the thing that they've done. Hello, Artisan Stefan. Interestingly enough, this guy is a Shining Blade member. You can see the Shining Blade tattoo on his arm, but he's also wearing that armor, so that you can craft some stuff like leather squares. Hiding out back there. But yeah, I think that's a really cool touch of like, well, I don't know what we're supposed to do with all these tents. Now that the war is over, we just have a bunch of extra tents lying around that used to house all of the troops for the Shining Blade. But I guess, yeah, and there's a signpost for Shining Blade right here. It's kind of been erected out of like trees and stuff, like non-planed wood and things like that. Just like, here's a tree. I guess we'll fasten these things to it. I enjoy that sort of detail. But yeah, so it's just like, here's the Shining Blade camp. They've left all their tents behind. They don't need these anymore. What will we do with these? Maybe, I guess, house refugees? I think that's really cool. I do kind of wish that Dekudu had been an outpost or a town of some kind, that there had been more quests there, etc. I've gone over that before in the Prophecies playthrough. I talked extensively about how I wish Kryta had been more developed during the Prophecies playthrough. I'm really glad that War in Kryta exists, though, to extend the content here and to make there be a lot more going on with Kryta, to be able to explore the situations more. Especially given how important it is for the franchise long term, but also how significant it feels like it ought to be in the context of the game. Since the White Mantle are kind of enemies throughout the latter half of Prophecies. We forget about them a bit when we're in the Crystal Desert and our priorities have shifted dramatically. There's kind of like multiple stories intersecting there. But with the whole Ascension arc in Trios and everything. These guys might be resistant to fire, but they are not immune to burning. A lot of Inferno imps down in these parts. I'm not quite sure why, but that's okay. Glowing Hearts, not to be confused with Destroyer Cores. They look very similar. I don't know how often the power is yours reaches back to us, but I figured it would help a little bit. I actually kind of like giving some motivation stuff to assassins sometimes. Notably, I've given them It's Just a Flesh Wound before. This is Majesty's Rest. Not a whole lot of reason to come in here. Although I think I did during my playthrough because I didn't want to take the jump to Druid's Overlook. So the Prophecy's slow playthrough, as I called it, because I had a bunch of additional stuff I was doing. There's a lot of stuff going on in it. Encourage you all to check it out if you've been enjoying this. You can see Rex Templaris' origins. And the Prophecy still playthrough. Link's on my YouTube channel. You can find the link to my YouTube channel and the VOD playlist in the link down below. Although there's a separate playlist for the slow playthrough, so you might want to check that if you're interested. I really like how Incoming Fallback can heal us while we run here. I'm not going to fight Rotscale. Rotscale is a rather significant world boss over there, and a very old one in terms of the game's development cycle. Rotscale was a boss in some of the beta content for the game, as I understand it. Also, I think shows up in the Prophecy's trailer. I think that's supposed to be Rotscale. The dragon there. It's a bone dragon. If you haven't seen the Prophecies trailer, Wooden Potatoes actually has a really nice remastered version of it on his YouTube channel. They had that one. They also had a really nice one for factions, but they realized it cost a lot of money to make those and just wasn't worth it, so they stopped doing them by the time Nightfall came out. Which is understandable, but they were also really cool. So, a little sad, even if it is understandable. So we're looking for something here. Some sign of Kieran. I think we'll find it if we keep exploring this map. They're headed off towards the Maguma jungle, so. This is how we get there. Keep up, Elias. Oh, an entangling root. You know what would be a really useful necromancer skill? Something that shadow steps your minions to you. Summon spirits for minions. That would be a useful necromancer skill. Or imagine a hex that you could place on an enemy that allows your minions to like shadow step to them. Yeah, but here I'm just brainstorming skills for a game that I have no ability to add skills to. Something that would make melee minions better, you know? This is another fairly underused map. It's cool that Rotscale lives out here, though, now. Got a green bow even. Have it on a couple of my rangers. I think it's increased poison duration, +5 energy, and +30 maximum HP. Actually, just this necromancer skill that increased the movement speed of your minions. Like if Order of Undeath increases damage that your minions deal. If it also increased their movement speed, that would be sweet. That'd really help with getting them deployed. Right in chest. Keeping our eyes open. Whatever else might lurk out here other than monsters, obviously. Ah, there's something over here. There's a tarnished emblem. That's not normally here. So let's go check that out once we've finished killing off the local wildlife that's trying to eat us. Don't know if we're about to be attacked over here or not. Also, I really like this particular style of Resurrection Shrine. It's so withered. They really did, this is like an aside, but ArenaNet really did a fantastic job of making Resurrection Shrines for each like world region that feels very like thematic to that region. I think that's really cool. Something on the ground catches your eye. It is faint, covered in dirt, and stained with old blood. Closer inspection reveals it to be the tarnished emblem of a high-ranking White Mantle member. What happened here? Perhaps the Scrying Pool can provide further answers. An important White Mantle member died. That happens all the time. Yeah. I need to know what happened here. So we collect our quest from the Tarnished Emblem. And we return to the Eye of the North. Over this way to look into the portal and see what it shows us. What it has to reveal. Although first I do need to not have these things in my inventory. I should really start running earlier. Here we are. This one needs to be identified. This needs to be identified. This I actually want to salvage, but I need a new salvage kit before I can do that.
Dwayna's blessing upon you.
Okay. I've ID'd this piercing axe and this. Salvage kit, please. The reason why I want to salvage this deadly cesta is because it's full of iron. Because for some reason cestas are full of iron. Don't ask me. I didn't choose that. Turns out a lot of wands are filled with iron, not wood. Which is contrary to what my expectations would have been. I'm just going to have to leave this party anyway, so I'm just going to dump them now. Do you have anything more to say, Gwen?
How can I help?
No, it doesn't look like it. She's basically explained the mechanic in the first part, so... The Scrying Pool begins to react as you approach. Thoughts of the Tarnished Emblem fixed firmly in your mind. So I believe if I don't have Kieran's bow, I can talk to her to get another copy of it. It's not a bow that's worth grabbing a bunch of copies of, though. It's doesn't even get the plus 20% damage from being customized. It's abjectly terrible. Show me the story of the Tarnished Emblem. Now, I can go back and do the story of the Arrowhead again if I want to as well, but we're not here for that. We're here for the story of the Tarnished Emblem. I believe the Medals of Honor are a first-time reward, though. A Vengeance of Blades. We have made up a lot of ground. At this rate, we'll catch up to Danthor soon. Then let's keep at it. The only forgiveness he will find is at the end of my blade. You know, you remind me of someone. Really? I'm just me. Are you sure that's not just that someone else is on your mind? Kieran doesn't have much to say to that. Just kind of a, Okay, so our quest right now is locate Danthor the Adamant, continue Kieran's journey as he and Miku pursue Danthor the Adamant into Majesty's Rests. She's making an interesting point there, though, of why should she remind you of someone else? She's just herself. Do these guys have, like, Gust or something? Rotscale is here, by the way. You can fight Rotscale as Kieran if you want to. It is maybe a little risky. Just saying. Maybe a little risky. She does have some good shadow steps, so she can kind of keep up with you a bit. Oh, got my one-shot skill off. It looks like some White Mantle attempted to fight Rotscale, and it did not go well for them. Okay, I can end. Okay, yeah, but please stop attacking me in specific. Good news is that removes blind. Ah, there's a friggin' Spirit of Shadow Song. Spirit of Shadow Song is real bad for Kieran. Thackery. Probably real bad for Miku too, if we're being honest about it. Okay. Thankfully, Spirits of Shadow Song have a somewhat limited lifespan. Ooh, Gold Aegis. Blood Song, on the other hand, has a very long lifespan, so does Pain. Hey, Judgmental Unicorn. Miku, could you... Here, let me just heal her up. So we're going to let Rotscale be. And we're going to continue on. We're looking for Danthor, not Rotscale. We're also looking to not aggro too many dudes at once. Okay, let's get the scout out of here. It's not standing in that well of silence. It is going reasonably well. The battle for Lion's Arch went very smoothly, and now I am attempting to deal with some White Mantle. That's Kieran Thackery. Ah, good. Always good when that skill does its thing. This guy's really determined to do this Resurrection Signet. Unfortunately for him, I have the best interrupt skill in the game. So it's not going to work too well. Two-second recharge, 5 energy, plus a bunch of damage, can inflict deep wound. Like, extraordinarily accurate. Just such a ridiculous skill. Okay. End that guy's career. As they say. Get this tiger off of me. There we go. Cleared out. Obviously, this area is a little bit more dangerous when it's crawling with White Mantle and when it's crawling with level whatever's low level things. Solo mini games are usually fun. Yeah, they're a nice change of pace. I agree. They're not something I want to spend all my time doing, but I like having them as a nice change of pace. I don't want to farm them, but for example. What do we got? We got the ritual is kind of a higher priority target. I don't know. These guys can all be filled with arrows as far as I'm concerned. I'm at a disadvantage attacking this direction, though. Bows work better downhill than uphill. It's just how they're designed. Really cool design, actually. I like that aspect about bows. Highway. What if I would rather not? Okay. Somebody has some good removal. Promise of Death prevents him from being able to dodge, I believe. Someone's just doing Rise, a repeatable quest, and one card of one needed money. Huh. Not sure what that one is offhand. Rise. Oh, yeah. No, that's the that's one from the end of this, yeah. Yeah. I guess you could. I don't think of it as being especially easy, though. Okay, let's get this freaking tiger off my face. There we go. Nope. Okay. No particular dialogue yet. We're just making our way through the jungle, trying to not alert the White Mantle, I suppose. Get into the dry tops of the Meguma here. Wonder realistically how many individuals that aren't part of the Shining Blade or the White Mantle have been up this way. It's not really a common area to go, I think. Mostly full of... Like, it's one of those things where as players we get a biased perspective of what's going on in the game. Compared to, the average citizen of an area or whatever. Because, naturally we travel all over the place. Get these devourers out of here. You're the one who's gonna die. Ooh, stop to foul feast. Don't really need that promise of death on that one. It's a good moment to wait out disease. Oh, we're getting healed here. Wait, no, I want to go this way. We found the tarnished emblem this direction, so we're going to want to go back this direction, I think. Ooh, highly salvageable. 37 iron ingots. That seems pretty highly salvageable to me. Let's get this devourer out of here. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get that far today or not. We might. Hearts of the North is not that long, all things considered. It's got a very unique mechanic, which you can see here. It's not, like, super long. Okay, you go down. You stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I mean, as long as I'm interrupting a resurrection signal, he's not doing anything meaningful, so. I'll kind of accept that. Grim Peacekeeper. Yeah, so we got some more Peacekeepers out this way. Ah, and we have some green White Mantle. That means we must be getting close to our goal. That's how that works, right? Okay, so we killed the Grim Peacekeeper. The other one will die. Yep. Because he used Death Pact Signet. Death Pact Signet is a very powerful skill. It has a Resurrect. With an absolutely astronomically huge downside of chained death. So, be very careful if you're using Death Pact Signet. As I have learned over the years. Sometimes those Tribal Blades have stone. I have no idea why. It is an enigma to me. We found Downthrow the Adamant. And Savant and 2 Devotees. There you are, Danthor. Accept your fate and die in peace, or die struggling in futility. Such tenacity! You still pursue me? It makes no difference, you know. His plans are already coming to fruition. What happens here will change nothing. Anything can change. All that's required is a will to do so. Let me show you mine. Well, I mean, sure, if you're gonna put that on the boss, I guess why not? Alright, that'll help keep her alive a little bit longer. Danthor, maybe you don't need a Soulstone Strike, eh? Yeah, there's no way that's lasting long enough. At last. Now the Fallen can rest easier. It looks like some of the White Mantle escaped further into the Muguma jungle. What will you do now? I need to continue. It's time for myself. The question is, Kieran, what will you do? It's dangerous to keep on alone. I will accompany you. Legend of Zelda reference, it seems like. That's kind of you. I wonder, though. Maybe your kindness reveals that you rely on others too much. What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. Is protecting me an excuse to keep on like this? Let's keep going. We don't want to lose them. Ooh, I got a hero skill point from receiving my Vanguard reputation. because I ticked over into Underground Agent. Yeah. So, Kieran has been helping this girl deal with the White Mantle, but why? He's so irritating. He wants to help everyone, but he just doesn't understand, does he? He can't be everywhere. By helping her, he's hurting me. But look at him right now. He looks kind of happy, doesn't he? Did we ever look like that? How could we have? I was always so busy pushing him away. It's true, Gwen.
How can I help?
You were busy with that. You were very busy with that. Okay, so they pushed deeper into the cool. Meguma jungle there. Powerbound and Frostbound. So, let's go and explore that. But first, you guessed it, an ad break so I can clear my inventory. Because I have too much stuff in there. Let's see. I don't think Frostbound or Pirebound are worth anything. At least they wouldn't be the last time I checked.
Are you still here?
Frostbound, Pirebound. Yep, worth exactly zilch. I still miss armors coming with insignia built in. That's how it originally worked before insignia was introduced. It's like, this armor has this effect. It created some mechanical distinction that was kind of neat. Again, I'm glad they changed it. So that way you can go for whatever look you want without compromising your armor effectiveness, but I still kind of preferred it working that way. Alrighty, well, let's make sure I know where to go next. So we're not wandering around too far. Alright, that's not where I would have guessed. Good thing I checked. Let's grab a few party members while I'm waiting for the ad break to finish. Ogden. Gwen, Anton, and my Paragon party. There we go. And we need to go over this way. I should maybe make those 30-second ad breaks. Better make mental note of that. I'll make actual note of it too. Set up Moobot for 30 seconds. Ad break. I don't need a full minute and a half for clearing my inventory a lot of the time. Okay, so the next one is out here. Now remember, players didn't necessarily know where these were, so they spent a lot of time just like, okay, here are clues, let's scour everywhere. See what we can come up with. So back when things first came out, that's how it went. Of course, this land is in its state. This is where you first encountered Deeproot and Counselor Valor, and you had a bunch of Shining Blade, Elementalists, and Mesmers and stuff out here. Defending this location. White Mantle Assault and Meguma Centaurs. So we're looking for the next indication of what was going on out here. We need to find it. And then once we found it, we can do something with it, presumably. Which I mean another quest. Huzzah. So there's stuff continuing to develop out here. Some sort of White Mantle plot. Danthor indicated something is going on beyond just him that he was trying to get back or planning. And there's a broken sword over here. That's new. Not usually a broken sword out in the middle of Ettin's back here. A lot of Thorn Devourers. Do not know why I just lava fonted. All right, broken sword. What do you got for me? A broken sword lies on the ground. The make of the blade is familiar. You've seen these before. Standard issue for the White Mantle. A small battle appears to have been fought here, and signs of movement suggest that it carried forward into Aurora Glade. And the Scrying Pool should be able to show you what happened here. I've come this far. Or this is far enough. Back to the Eye of the North. Wink. Out of my party. Okay, Scrying Pool, what you got for me? The Scrying Pool begins to react as you approach. Thoughts of the broken sword fixed firmly in your mind. Okay, and we will examine what's in there after a short break because I need one. Let's just get to dancing. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. BRB. Okay, I've returned, and it's time to figure out what happens next in the adventures of Kieran, Thackery, and Miku the Assassin. Show me the story of the broken sword. Ooh, we're in Aurora Glade. Shadows in the jungle. All right. No initial dialogue, it looks like. Search for the White Mantle. Continue the story of Kieran's journey as Kieran and Miku finally catch up to the White Mantle detachment in the Maguma jungle. All right, so we need to hunt down. Don't know exactly what our goal is here because it's been a little while, but we're just search for the White Mantle. Well, search complete. Found some White Mantle. Hey, you, come back over this way. Okay. Ooh, silver die. Don't mind if I do. I like the die system in this game. It's very different from stuff that I've done before. But I quite like it. Okay, we've got a healer back here. Well, that sort of healer doesn't do anything about hexes, so. Lively Naomi is a very interesting choice of resurrection. Ah, this is a Signet of Spirits build, I see. All right, let's continue onwards. Good to get some extra use out of these maps. Wonder how much you could do cartography in this particular thing. It's not something I've thought about, but it might actually be useful. If a bit slow. Body shot. Using weakened armor in order to be able to make use of that. That's kind of cool. They do have some interesting builds in Guild Wars Beyond. Hey, Kieran, we've been traveling together a while now. So tell me, what were you doing when we first crossed paths? I was on the run. I had led off the White Mantle in order to save some people. I lost a friend along the way, and I lost the place I thought I belonged. Well, we can all lose things easily, but we can find new things just as easily. You only have to look. Get that guy out of here. I don't care about trying to use that on that pet. I do have to be careful here. Miku's getting pretty badly damaged, and we've kind of over-aggroed. I'm actually going to back up now. Miku's probably going to die without my support, and that's okay. She gets back up after a while. Or maybe she won't die. I don't know. But that's just too many enemies to be fighting at once with our team. Our damage output is potentially quite considerable, but not that considerable. That's an interesting design choice. Fever Dreams Channeling Ritualist. Fascinating. I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense. Spirit Rift inflicts a condition, Spirit Burn inflicts a condition, Gaze from Beyond inflicts a condition. So you can certainly make that work. But it is an unusual choice. A Divine Peacekeeper needs to go down. Or all of its allies do. I guess that works too. This will probably help. Do enjoy myself some delicious water. How do I want to approach this group? This devotee is going to come down. Part of it depends upon how... does depend upon how Miku decides to place her hex. Apparently she wants this pet to die. Yeah, they do use Gale. Hey! Got my lucky insta-kill. Most things are not going to survive almost 1,000 damage. Or even 900, frankly. Anguishel's Lingua. Now that's an odd choice. Anguishel's Lingua buffs your hexes. It is not a particularly powerful skill, just because there's not very many ritualist hexes to take advantage of it with. There's like 5 ritualist hexes in total, so it's a bit of a narrow selection to work with. It only works with ritualist hexes. If it worked with all hexes, it would be quite strong potentially, but nice belly smash. Yeah, this leads back towards where the entrance of the Hundred Naravi is, obviously. Hey, you. Get shot. Thought that was going to be who her target was. Took it a moment to happen. Now that was some good coordination. Before it could really get any hexes, the hex removed. There we go. You guys are coming up behind us, so I want to take care of this group over here. That's a little bit... Okay. Got the thing I really needed there. No, that's not good. Thankfully, like, I get to be a ranger with ranger armor and stuff, but... You do want to make sure you have open inventory space as you go through the end of these, by the way, just to pick up the medals of honor. I don't know which way we're supposed to go here. There's multiple directions. Let's go this direction, towards the Henge of Denravi. That seems more likely to be the way I need to go. Agility. That's clever. Miku, could you maybe help here? I have to get her close enough. That guy had some good defense going on. Hey, skill point. I now have 9-3 skill points on this character. This character's not even a year old. You can see I've played this character for 142 hours, almost 143 over the past 8 months. And I have almost 2 million experience points. Well, not almost, but 1.8 is getting pretty close. 1.86. It doesn't add up. There are this many White Mantle, and they're so far from Lion's Arch. I would think they'd be rallying to post Princess Salma. So remember, this is taking place during some of the events in the battle. What's their angle in all of this? Hey, you. Hey, you. Get over here. It's a good question, Kieran. What are they all doing over here? Ah, another one of these guys. Goodbye. So effective. She has weakness. All the conditions have noticeable visible effects, except for cracked armor. That a bit later. I'm not sure what it's like on the map of effect is. See how these guys can kind of patrol around. I want to make sure I'm not accidentally getting like a lot of extra aggro. And this group looked like it came up this way, so. But they're kind of keeping their distance at the moment, so maybe I can grab that guy's attention. See how many come here. Okay, that got removed. Let's make sure I'm supporting Miku. There we go. Yeah, you don't need a vengeance, thanks. I guess you can promise a death that. I think it's probably going to die pretty quickly itself, though. Okay, that other group's coming along this side. That works. Give me those orders from Confessor Isaiah. Confessor Isaiah replacing Confessor Dorian. In the hierarchical structure. Get out of here. Don't need Savan Heat going off, thanks. My inventory is getting fairly full. It's something I want to keep an eye on. I'll pick up these robes, but I'll leave anything else to be given to me automatically. I don't think that actually goes anywhere over there. So this is the portal into the Henge of Denravi. But obviously, we're not doing anything with that right now. Because it's very not active looking. Ha! That's what you get for crossing me. It isn't healthy to be driven by anger like that. Whatever the White Mantle has done to you, is it worth letting them have such influence over you? Well, maybe I'm only upset with myself for running away when I should not have. What do you mean? Oh, that's a story for another time, perhaps. Can't do anything to help her with her blind issues. I will pick up this White Mantle badge, though. Oh, yeah. Let's salvage some stuff down. There we go. That'll work. Okay, yeah, I should have saved my skill until I could have gotten the thing off, but whatever. Back there, by the way, is where the demagogue hangs out. That hex removal, obviously detrimental to our efforts. You. Sure, we can get this flesh golem out of here. Is no minor thing, the flesh golem. He really likes that bitter chill, doesn't he? Well, maybe I'm only upset with myself for running away when I should not have. Does sound like there's some sort of story there, isn't there? It looks like they've holed up in this camp. I'm certain we'll find what we're looking for here. You up to it? Yeah, it won't be easy, but together we can do this. I'll keep you covered, but I need you in there sowing chaos. Find their weakness. Hey, we got find their weakness. The next time target ally attacks, they deal a bunch of additional damage and inflict deep wounds. Yeah, that's all the wrong buttons to do the thing that I want to do. Okay, what is up with this area? I need to back off. What do you have? Disrupting accuracy? Really feels like it. Okay. Looking for something. Yeah, this is further back than you typically would go in the mission. Promise of death on a bone minion. Bit of a waste there, my dear. Bit of a waste, if you ask me. Yeah, I figured out you were the one doing the signal return nonsense. Nicely done. It looks like you can rise to the occasion after all. Thanks, I think. Oh, never mind. Let's search the camp. Well, we got a White Mantle missive back here, way in the back. On this Resurrection Shrine looking deal. What do you say, a White Mantle missive? This is worse than I thought. If only there was some way to be everywhere to end all of this. You know that isn't possible, Kieran. I think you want to take care of everything, and that leaves you with the power to do nothing. I know that feel. You need to make a decision. I think that you can be a strong man, and a capable one. If you show your strength, you won't need to rely on others. They'll rely on you. So this missive says, he has spoken. You must lead your forces into the depths of the Maguma jungle. Oh, Kieran also says, if the White Mantle within the Maguma jungle flee, then I have to trust that my allies will defend Lion's Arch. So, we go to Beetleton. Those people need us, and we will not fail them. That's the fire I was hoping for. Well said. Now let's get going. Shed your mantle and disappear, but do not fall silent. The word of the unseen must be spoken. While your men disperse, we will lead an assault on Beetleton in the guise of the Shining Blade. We'll cast doubt over the usurpers, shake their foundation, and become the poison that seals the fate of the traitor Salma. I don't know who he is, but... something about him has changed. This isn't the always doting, sometimes insufferable Kieran. He was always trying too hard. And now he's... I don't know where, but he's not here. If I lost another person I'm close to, how much more can I stand to lose? How can people stand to let someone get close to them when it's so simple for life to come and take it all away? Is this the kind of person I want to be? Shutting myself off and being afraid to expose my feelings? Maybe happiness is better than feeling nothing at all. Maybe it's worth the pain. If he can change, then maybe I can change too. Maybe, Gwen, maybe. Well, let's continue on then. I guess... do I have armors that I need to check? Yeah, I do. Okay, we'll just go into the Eye of the North. Quickly run around, do a little bit of inventory. Oh my goodness, a lot of inventory. Run ads for that. That's what I need to do. Run ad breaks. I want to clear out my inventory. It's the way things need to go. Okay, what did I get here? Major healing prayers. These can go in here. Die can go in here and here. Geomancer's minor smiting. Some of these materials away. Okay, good. Tengu slang. That's very specific. But all of the slang mods are, so that's not surprising. Highly salvageable battle axe. Hey, 14 iron ingots ain't bad. Axes are really like hit or miss. They can be either wood or iron, I think. Micah, you're not who I was wanting to talk
Are
to.
you still here?
Geomancers ain't worth anything. Minor smiting. Okay, that's not worth. Neither of those are worth anything. Major healing is also probably not worth anything. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, and that looks to be all the things. So let's go visit our merchant friend. Hello, Marianne.
Well met.
This is why I pick up all my loot. I only got one plat from the quest reward, and I got 2.795 to deposit, so a lot of value from loot and pickups and stuff. Okay. So now I need a few more party members. Let's grab Gwen, Ogden, just get my team back here. There we go. So they were heading to Beetleton. There's something apparently happening in Beetleton. Now this is a spot where I'm going to have some comments in a moment, but where would you even go? Okay. Yep. Is this direction that we need to travel? Hopefully the ad break has worn its course at this point. Okay, so let's go out into Watchtower Coast, shall we? So we've gotten the idea that the White Mantle are planning on disguising themselves as Shining Blade in order to manufacture or sow doubt about the Shining Blade, sow doubt about the princess. They're using subterfuge tactics. And I'm having to remember how this skill bar works. There, I'll grab that Tengu armor. Okay, that was not what I was hoping to get from that. Let's just go up this way. I don't actually know where this is offhand. Actually, because I want to kind of optimize this. Let's just check where this actually is. Okay. I want to try to get through a lot of the Heart of the North today, so... But I think it's a little bit too much to get through all of it, probably. I'm not sure. Nothing like a good old deep freeze. I think you're right. You're taunting me. So close to something good, yet so far. Somewhere this general direction? I'm going to check again. Again, I don't want to spend a lot of time searching for this, so. Okay. It's just in that ravine there. So we can kind of go up that way. Find what we're looking for. Man, I would love to make a sequel to this, or like another campaign for this game, like personally. Or to work on like the skill design for one. You don't need to worry about those things, okay? You just need to go see this Shining Blade cloak and what it's all about. Before you lie the remnants of what appears to be a Shining Blade cloak, discarded and torn. The presence of the solitary cloak provokes questions. Why was its owner alone? Were they running toward something or running away? Whatever transpired here, the Scrying Pool should be able to reveal it to you. It's time to learn the truth. And also, like, discard a few objects. Back to the Eye of the North. And this Vitae is worth so much more than the rest of that armor piece. Yeah, I'm just going to sell that thing.
Who goes there?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Anchorites is... actually, Anchorites does have some value. Shouldn't discount it so quickly. Maybe people are learning. Maybe it'll be the next Prodigy's insignia. Probably not.
Dwayne's blessing upon you.
People don't need 5 Mesmers in their party. Or 5 monks in their party like they do 5 Mesmers or whatever the number is. All right, Scrying Pool, what you got for me? The Scrying Pool begins to react as you approach. Thoughts of the Shining Blade cloak fixed firmly in your mind. I guess I get 500 gold from that as well. So, show me the story of the Mantle's guise. So that's the newest one. Beetleton. Hello, Beetleton. Quest added, Rise. Defend the town of Beetleton. Good people of Beetleton, we come on behalf of Queen Salma. The 6th blessed Salma, what can we do to help? The Queen is imposing new taxes upon all of her subjects. Those unable to pay will do so with their lives. And since this village looks rather poor, your deaths will be your vow of fealty. What? No, someone help us! People of Beetleton, you have been deceived by the White Mantle. They seek to tarnish the name of the Shining Blade, and they will unless we stand up. They will write their message in your blood, unless we face them down here and now. If we stand together, we can win this battle. I will lead you to victory. Have faith, and we will see this through. There is nothing to fear. Which, ironically, a hero cannot ever use, but anyway. We're with you. For 60 seconds, reduces damage by 10% for allies within earshot. They're healed for 35 when it ends. This is quite strong. 60 seconds is quite a long duration. Finish the story of Kieran's journey, where Kieran and Miku meet the White Mantle at Beetleton. Defend the town. Get out of here. Fight hard. Make the White Mantle regret ever threatening your homes. Well, that guy just ended. Yeah, I can basically just spam. There's nothing to fear on recharge. Keep it up on people on both sides. Well, that didn't work too well for him. Yeah. You go to the other side. This can be quite an intense battle. I do believe the NPCs of the town of Beetleton do resurrect over time, though. Mantle Abbot. Well, as long as we don't have a Mantle Costello, we should be fine. Right? That's how that works, right? You. You're doing well. We can win this fight. Heh. This looks like the big one. I hope you're ready. Well, most of the Krytans are dead. Maybe they don't automatically resurrect. Better position. There's a nothing to fear for everyone. Nope, nope, they do stand back up. Some of them, sometimes. Just takes a while, you know. Yeah. Let's do this to heal people as well. Abbot. Well, the abbot healed itself of the hex, but not much more than that. It's important to remember that this is earshot range and is extremely powerful here for helping. Ooh, an Earth Staff. Okay, there's a Grim Peacekeeper at the front door, but... Stand fast, we can break them. You did a brave thing back there. You didn't just save those people. You gave them the courage to fight for themselves. Now I understand what it means to be a leader. I know that I can change, and I can be something more. Thanks to you. Don't flatter me too much. I only brought out what was there all along. Listen, just as you've realized something, so have I. There's a place I need to return to. There's unfinished business I need to take care of. You could come with me. I like having you by my side. It would be so easy for me to say yes, but I have unfinished business of my own. Something I need to return to. Someone who has been nothing but difficult. But I understand now. The challenge is what drew me to her. I need to see this through. I suspected as much. Farewell, Kieran. I hope that our paths will cross again someday. It'll give you time to reconsider. 8 minutes. Yeah, this one was actually pretty quick. Kieran, you brash, idiotic, persistent, childish, sweet fool. He's out there somewhere, and he's looking for me. This time I'm going to meet him halfway. That's the only way this is going to work out. Is going to work. Please, help me find him. I need to see him once more. There's something I have to tell him.
How can I help?
Kieran should be here by now. Knowing him, he's stubborn enough to try going it on foot. If he did, I would probably put him somewhere near Anvil Rock. That's where we should begin our search. Please, this is something that I need to do. Let's make sure he gets home safely. Reunion. Anvil Rock, you say? Why, that's outside of Icetooth Cave. How convenient that I stopped by here ages ago. Ages upon ages upon ages. So yeah. There's some stuff that I have as a question. Theoretically, couldn't the people who are searching for him, for Kieran, have found the residents of Beetleton, declaring what had happened? That the White Mantle had masqueraded as Shining Blade and all that? Couldn't they have learned about him from... Ooh, this is not a bad staff. Enchanting mods are always useful. I feel like that could have been something that came up somewhere in there. It just strikes me as very odd, is all. So we need to find Kieran. We'll look at that in just a second. Ogden, Gwen, Anton. There we go, these guys. And of course we got another 2 medals of honor. So I'm up to a decent, healthy figure after all of that stuff. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that's kind of a big question mark of, to me, now that I'm thinking about it and looking at this stuff, of like, wait a minute, if they stopped this whole thing, when did that occur? Like, because we told Beetleton to evacuate. So this must have been... Okay, so logically... I'm just going to kind of reconstruct the timeline in my mind here. What must have happened is... I want to look at the map, because this will be easier to work with. So, Kieran... Okay, yeah. We're fleeing from the oncoming White Mantle army, coming down from Dimitra. So we go and get our allies out of the Dagutu camp. They go down to Fisherman's Haven and sail over to Lion's Arch. We also grab the Asura from back over here. Or is it here? In this general area. You know what I mean. I think it's right over here. From Divinity Coast's area. So we go grab our Asura and allies in Livia from there. And then we go through Beetleton. We say, hey, you guys all need to flee. Then we come running here, tell these guys to flee, and then we make our way to Lion's Arch. Meanwhile, right here, Lieutenant Thackery and Captain Langmar divert. Okay, so they divert off. And with Captain Greywind and the Paces and some collectors and stuff. So somewhere in here, Thackery, so while we are, like, preparing the defenses of Lion's Arch and then withstanding the siege, Thackery is Captain Greywind is making his way through Scoundrel's Rise down to Lion's Gate with the refugees. Captain Langmar is basically effectively dead, and Thackery is swimming across here with her. So it must be after the battle that he's kind of getting down to the coast. They're searching for him, find Langmar, but don't find Thackery as he's met up with Miku and is like, wait, why are there a White Mantle over here? And going this way. So then Confessor Isaiah's like hidden orders are that they should go and misrepresent themselves, right? So he meets up with Miku at some point here. Not exactly sure on the timeline where he meets up with Miku and when he fled in relation to when the battle happened in the aftermath. But they start searching for him and don't find him because he's made his way all the way over with Miku into the Meguma jungle, where they managed to make their way through this area and find a plot by the White Mantle. So after things have calmed down with the battle, we're looking for him. The search parties have been looking for him. They haven't found him. They've gone back up. He then comes into Beetleton and is like, hey, these people posing as the Shining Blade are actually the White Mantle, and defends that from the remnants of the White Mantle that are attacking Beetleton to try to, throw discord onto the beginning of Queen Salma's reign. So then he's made his way back. Presumably, people in Kryta know that he's alive, but nobody's been able to come up as a messenger in between things, in between our discovery. Theoretically, there's a little bit of squiggliness there, but so now we're coming out to meet him. So I think that's kind of what's going on with the timeline, if I've kind of got things pieced together correctly. So let's go ahead and move on to the next part then. We might go a little bit long today just to try to wrap up parts of the north, by the way. Just so that way people know. Let's see. Need to go this direction. So yeah, definitely Kieran's been busy. Kieran has been busy. We got ourselves some nice level 10 Minotaurs here. They burn nice and well. They have decent armor against fire damage, to be fair. Less than 60, but... not nothing. I actually think the Power is Yours could be really good on a Ranger as well. Who's more likely to be in your backline. There's not a lot of, like, loose tying parts of this, so it's mostly just going through this story. I'm going to actually salvage this. I should be able to get some bone out of this horn, which tends to be worth a little bit more than Snow Wolf over here. A little bit more than the thing itself is. I mean, it looks like 6, but One might have a little bit more value. You never know. Hey, Kieran. Were you scouting the land? Kieran? Kieran, is that you? Oh, gods, you're hurt. Look at you. Where have you been? You smell. You smell. I've missed you. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? It's been a long time, Gwen. Yes, yes it has. Listen, Kieran, there's something I need to say. There's something I want to say as well, but for now, just let me enjoy this moment of seeing you again. Words can come after. Something about you seems a little different. A lot has happened. I finally understood what I was fighting for. Come on, let's go home. I'll tell you about it when we're there. Hello, Kieran. Okay, so we found Kieran. See Gwen for my reward. Hey, Gwen, can I have my reward? Oh, not this Gwen. My little joke. Okay, we're just about concluded with this, which is why I kind of want to finish it. Even if it does make us go over by, like, a little bit. Hey, Gwen.
How can I help?
There's so much on my mind. Feelings of relief, fear, anxiety, and excitement. I don't know how to handle it all right now. All I can say is thank you. You're welcome, Gwen. Guess who does not need a random Kieran's bow? This guy. This guy does not. Well, look who it is. Hey, Kieran Thackery. Okay, I can't talk to him just yet. Kieran, what is it? You aren't being your usual happy-go-lucky self. Gwen, there's something that I need to ask you. I know we've had our ups and downs. Well, at times it has felt like mostly downs. And yet, something has always drawn me back to you, despite your indifference. No matter how hard I tried to make you smile, you would always resist. At first I was dismayed, frustrated. But I gradually came to take it as a challenge. I believed that someday I was going to get through to you, no matter what. I tried harder and harder to no avail. But somewhere along the way, I realized something. You weren't the challenge I had to overcome. I needed to get through to myself. I wasn't going to win your heart with simple pleasantries. I needed to be a better man, a stronger one. So I walked a different path. I led others, and inspired them to victory, all because I found faith in myself. But I was only able to choose this path because I knew it would always lead me back to you. Kieran, I don't know what to say to that. Then I'll help you find the words. Say either yes or no, because I'm asking you to marry me. Wait, marry you? What makes you think that I'd... What about the... Or what if I... You impossible idiot. Putting me at a loss for words. I don't know what it is about you, but you get under my skin, into my head, and somehow, I think, into my heart. So, yes. Fine, yes. I'll marry you. Someone has to take care of you. I don't ever want you disappearing on me like that again. Then I'll stay right here by your side. Well, you can leave me long enough to go and get yourself cleaned up. I'm not going to marry you looking like you just crawled out of a hole. Oh, and Kieran, what is it? You better not put your hair back in that stupid ponytail. I've never liked that thing. What? Go... Hey, Gwen.
How can I help?
I can get another copy of her bow, of Kieran's bow from her if I want to replay the things, but not now. It's important to remember, by the way, when they talk about the time differences between things, that this did release over a period of like months, so it wasn't instant. Whenever I thought about weddings as a child, I always thought of how beautiful they were. I never realized that they take so much work. I've heard about this. Wedding planning is a pain, apparently. People are constantly nagging. When is it? When's the date? Where is it going to be? No, you can't do this. That's not proper. No, that can't be there. Oh, let's run away. Let's forget about all this and go somewhere quiet and secluded for the ceremony. When we come back, we'll already be married. Maybe then people would stop pestering us. Thinking of, Kieran, has that Norn been standing there this whole time? Hey, Velgar. Ha! You must be an excellent hunter to have seen through my camouflage. I came here as soon as I heard that my friend Kieran had returned. I wished to hear his epic tale, but now I find my good friend in trouble, facing insurmountable odds. What a challenge this wedding must be. A challenge fit only for a legendary Norn. Very well, leave this to me. What just happened? I think you got yourself a Norn wedding planner.
How can I help?
Hey, Thackery. Hello, friend. What can I do for you? I feel like I owe you one, or about 20 at this point. So, this is an optional side quest that we're going to, of course, do. Norn catering. Hello, Rex Templars. I have something important I would like to ask of you. According to Norn tradition, the families of the betrothed are required to perform certain duties in preparation of the wedding. As you know, Gwen and I both lost our families in the searing. I've put a great deal of thought into what I'm about to ask you, but given your history with Gwen and how much you have done for us, I would be honored if you would fulfill these obligations in our family's stead. You have always meant a great deal to Gwen. You remind her of life before the searing. While reminiscences of that time used to bring her nothing but pain and anger, I think she is finally realizing that she should cherish those memories, not suppress them. If you are willing to perform these duties, the first task you must perform is to hunt the greatest and tastiest beasts of Tyria for the wedding feast. After all, if you're going to be an honorary Thackery, you're going to have to live up to our reputation as great hunters. I know it would mean a lot to Gwen, and it would mean a great deal to me as well. Are you willing to fill this important role? It would be my honor. Norn catering. Okay, so we need to slay the Alpha Tyrannus inside Alkezia Tingle for fine slow-roasted Tyrannus fillets, hunt down the elusive Black Moa inside Morningvale Falls for spicy Moa wings, and defeat 3 ripened Mirage Ibogas inside the Garden of Sabraheen for the gourmet Iboga salad. These are going to take a little bit, so it's going to not like be instantly done or anything, but let's actually finish with the one in Alkezia Tingle and start with this one. It'll just be easier party management. Okay, T-Hark Orchard, because we need to go into the Garden of Sabraheen. Which is why it's important to do this part before doing Guild Wars Beyond. Yeah, Norn catering, please. Want to make sure I have the maps up so I'm not taking too long trying to figure out where all these things are. Okay, let's grab Talcora and Dunkoro. No. Ogden. Trying to figure out who I want to bring with me. Something like this, maybe. Bit of a hodgepodge, I suppose, but should be good enough healing and defense, right? Stuff there. This doesn't have anything like don't bring Gwen with you. Yeah, no. Some of these quests do have like don't bring Gwen with you, but this does not, so that'll work. And it's got additional damage, some party healing. I got some good old fire. This will be fine, I think. Probably. Probably. Okay, let's go kill ourselves some Mirage Boga. Talk to the Severheen Protector, Zwar. Yes, I would like to enjoy a beautiful time in your garden. One of the things that I like about this is it presents the idea of how cosmopolitan everything is at this point. One of the things that I really like about Guild Wars Beyond content in general is that it is able to go across multiple continents if it wants to. It's something that I appreciate in like a couple of different ways, where it's taking cues from around. Okay, I was expecting these guys to get a little bit more on my case, but this will work. So I quite enjoy the fact that, like, hey, we need to get these things from Ilona, and in order to be able to complete our quest. It's kind of a thing that goes on here. So there's a ripened Mirage Boga. That's one of the things we need to go get. It's interesting, the sheer number of physical attackers I have probably helps a little bit against the Roaring Ethers. Just from the standpoint that Mistrust becomes a lot less effective the more physical attackers you have. They certainly like to use that one. This ripened one is the one that we need to specifically hunt for this quest, though. Which is now updated. 2 of 3 remain. The remaining ones are elsewhere, however, so I need to go to the other side of the garden. They're not this direction, is what I mean by elsewhere. Friggin' beetles, though. Keep spawning. I really wish they'd stop. Oh my goodness. Can we maybe not have infinite beetles showing up? You know what? Whatever. Let's just leave. Okay, so there's one over there. The other Mirage Boga are over on the other side of the map, though. So I'm going to go over to the other side of the map. Take them out for the salad. Assumed that things were gonna go down faster than they did, enemy-wise. Ah, whatever. Oh, am I on Hex Removal front? I have a Cure Hex, Peace and Harmony, Shatter Hex. That's a decent amount. Maybe ideally I'd have a little bit more for fighting these mesmers, but... what do I know? Plants are weak to fire, I guess. I know that. There's a lot of them around here, too. Not much to say here. I'm just fighting stuff, so... would be good to have a bip on me, but here we are. I didn't bother. This Ruby Jin out of here. Before it kills too much more of my midline. There we go. Hey, Foxan13579. Welcome, and Raiders. Hello. Greetings. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a good stream. I appreciate the raid. And just... that's good to hear. Doing some Norn catering in preparation for a wedding, so... and forgetting to reapply my attunements like usual. Let's see. None of these are ripened yet. I feel like P&H probably needs to be saved. P&H being Peace and Harmony. Or Anton or something. Indeed. I just finished picking up Kieran, and now Norns are planning their wedding. So that's exciting. But they have a very specific ingredient list for the reception, and they put me in charge of acquiring it, so... at least some amount of it. I'm making sure everything is well cooked with Mindburn. That's how that works, right? So I've been doing a lore-oriented playthrough of Guild Wars Beyond. So I finished War and Kryta today. Yeah, that's... I took one look at that and was like, nah, I don't need Nick Gifts this week. Yeah, I spent a lot of time farming those, I bet. Yeah. So anyway, just finished, finishing up Hearts of the North here. Works as a really nice, like, continuation of stuff. Which is something I like about Hearts of the North, is it kind of like, cool, we wrapped up War in Kryta, but like, life continues on, and stuff continues to happen, and there should totally be a Ripen Mirage Boga somewhere around here. I haven't missed it, have I? I misread the map, have I? But I've done lore playthroughs of the... there it is. Of the rest of them. Hey, Salsa Ray. Welcome. But I've done lore-oriented playthroughs. Hey, thank you for the follow, Foxan. Of the rest of the game. So... figured it was high time I got to Guild Wars Beyond. I will give you a wave. Let's see. How do I want to approach this group? preferably as individual groups. So yeah, Winds of Change will be beginning tomorrow, so that's going to be exciting. Wow, that guy has a lot of armor against elemental damage. Yeah. I really enjoyed doing the Prophecies one. That kind of started everything and exploring that in way more detail. It was like, I first played this game and got my lore understanding from then, like 15 years ago sort of thing, so... it's been really good to go through and actually like examine it in detail and what they're doing and all that sort of stuff. It's been a good time. And I just spent some time earlier looking at the trying to figure out the timeline with what's going on with Kieran. Yeah, it's some tough stuff. Winds of Change. That is not my select nearest item button. So I'll be doing that on a different character than this one. But this is the character that I started the Prophecies lore playthrough, or slow playthrough as I was calling it then, way back in May of last year. So been doing it off and on. And a lot of little details I hadn't noticed at the time. Or when I first played through it that I noticed going through it, the lore playthrough. Okay, there should be one more ripened Mirage of Bogus somewhere. Okay, none of those are ripens. I think it should be... Hang on, I'm going to double check the wiki just to make sure. Okay, it should be somewhere up this way then. There it is. Okay, let's get ourselves through these plants. Kind of nice if they're a little bit more clumped, huh? Yeah, there's just so much, like... One of the things that it never really impressed upon me when I first played through Prophecies, because Prophecies is very much so presented from a certain point of view. The point of view of the Prince's Vanguard, right? And so it's like, it's really easy to kind of go in just assuming that point of view is correct. And going through and realizing, no, wait, the King's side has a whole perspective that just is not explored, and the tensions between the Prince's Vanguard and the King's army that are present throughout Ascalon. Ascalon in particular really, really impressed me. It was just like how intricately woven stuff was with what was going on there. And being like, oh, the King's soldiers are like, oh, the Prince's Vanguard is being reckless. They are breaking our line, because the breach is not the Char breaching stuff. It is... Okay, let's go this direction. The breach is created by Baradin's troops making a breach in the wall and breaching their lines. And it's like, oh, that's what's going on here. And it's really easy to kind of like overlook that detail. I guess it's best to just go from Durham Archives, right? Okay, that's fine. I feel like I might want to change someone in my party, but yeah, it's probably a good idea to just swap out Haida for Olivia? Olivia's fine. Less Feast for the Dead, more... yeah, I can understand that. I feel similar... Like, I have so much like love for Ascalon from like nostalgia as well as just like how well developed it is in the lore, that it kind of overcomes that. But I will grant you like, oh, you know what? Actually, a good condition removal spell would be good here. Let's go for a. Let's just go for purge conditions, maybe. Purge conditions feels a little anemic. But yeah, like the number of devours and everything is popping up is really annoying. I feel more strongly about that with Maguma Jungle because of the spiders dropping down in some areas and the scarabs and others. Get that? This game has too many pop-up mobs. Let's be real. Am I better off with mend condition? Probably. If I'm not putting any points in it, then yeah, mend condition is probably the way to go. I don't want to use draw condition because that's going to just confuse everything. But actually, now that I have a BIP, maybe it's better to swap Anton over to this. Local fox cowers from spiders. Oh, man. Were you spending some time there in the good old Maguma Jungle getting ambushed by spiders? I will say, one of the things that also stood out to me from my playthrough is that while there are enemies generally of various areas, they do not, strictly speaking... Hang on, I think I might... Hey, Kurzik Priest. Yes, okay. Yeah, I'll grab that too, why not? Vanquishing the Sage Lands, yeah, that's rough. Not as bad as the Falls, but yeah, pretty bad. But yeah, not all enemies are in all areas, which I found really interesting. Like, spiders are not in every zone in the Maguma Jungle. And so on and so forth. That's something that I hadn't realized or hadn't really thought about until I did the playthrough. It's kind of a neat detail. Yeah. Oh. That's why I am standing in Maelstrom like a fool. See, I need to kind of get up on the hill. This one's an interesting part because you have to kind of chase this Moa around. At least these guys, even though they Maelstrom you like ice imps, at least they don't mind freeze you in place. That's the worst part of ice imps. It's the fact that they just literally lock you in position. Let's see, I should be able to find this elusive black Moa soon, I think. You have to keep an eye out for it. Oh, also this boss I probably want to focus down, because we are not in prophecies. The bosses are scary here. In prophecies, the bosses are real tanky, but... Okay, there's the elusive black Moa right by the base of the Morning Veil Falls. And these rocks are in my way. I think I want to clear out this group first. Yeah, okay, it ran off already. Just because I don't want to like aggro multiple groups if I can help it. Let's see. Yeah, I think because I have a different character that I'm theoretically working on God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals on. And I think the Falls was real bad for Vanquishes. Because I've done Legendary Vanquisher on that character. And is it Joko's domain? There's one with a friggin' Paragon boss with We Shall Return that's just absolutely wretched. And then there's just like so much We Shall Return that you have to fight through. And just, it's so awful. That zone was probably the worst one. Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, once you get that high in titles, it's like all grind. Oh man, it's so miserable. There's our elusive black Moa. Always spawns a bunch of wardens when it vanishes. I think I just hit 20 on that character. Because I don't have most of the like account-wide ones because they require so much to be able to get. I still need to finish Guardian. I have Canthan Guardian, but I need to get Tyrion and Elonian Guardian. Let's see, which way did it go? Oh, over there. This one's actually a boss, as opposed to the Black Moa that you find during the quest you can tame, which is quite nice. This one is this Aura of Displacement? I think this is Aura of Displacement. And then there's doing all the dungeons in hard mode. That took a while. For a title. Master of the North. Kind of want to focus on this Warden of Earth. Wardens of Earth are pretty nasty. With all of the AoE damage they can drop on you. You need to have 3 of those account-bound titles, like Lucky Unlucky. Yeah, they are. I've slowly been working on them. Like, anytime I get any of those consumables, I transfer them to that character. But they are ridiculously unreasonable, in my opinion. But yeah, then there's a lot of the account-bound stuff. Like, with account-bound... my Kurzik is the highest, but that's still quite a ways off. Devourer of Wisdom. Wisdom, yeah, a lot of the account bound ones are just really expensive to max out. I need to spend some time in cartography, actually. Figuring out what bits of cartography I need to do, for that matter. Because, like, on that character is like a 99% on everything. There's all those niggling little residual bits. How are you doing, Anton? You being successful? Not being unsuccessful? Yeah. I have dipped into those on that character. He's old enough, thankfully, that I was able to do that. Oh yeah, that's right. It goes above the waterfall as kind of the loop. Oh, goodness. Okay. We need to go after these guys, because they are immediately here and on us. I don't know where you think you're going. That was bad for our minions. This is one of those spots where, like, I've accidentally aggroed 3 groups at once, and that's terrible for your health. So we're just gonna wipe here. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna wipe. Yeah. Actually, I should switch over to my Geomancer armor now that I think about it. All these things dealing earth damage. There are worse things than this. It's not uncommon because these are a bunch of pop-up groups, so it's hard to remember exactly where they spawn. But that's specifically why I wanted to make sure I got that Resurrection Shrine, so I didn't have issues with that. Otherwise, you can. There we go. Next time, General Morgan, maybe you could try, I don't know, getting the entire party? Come on, everyone. Yeah, I mean, that was a classic case of over-aggro. Alrighty, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the raid. You take care. You take care. Farewell. Just need to get back up on top of this waterfall. Thank you. Let's see, can I... Does it go up over here? It does. Well, that's mighty convenient. It saves me a lot of travel time. My goodness. It's good to know that it actually goes up over here. Yeah, see those Warden of Earth dropping the stuff in my backline is why they're such a high priority target. Also, we have this elusive black Moa that's dealing a bunch of damage. Making my flares miss like crazy. There we go. That's all I needed for that. I'm gonna pick up my longbow and go. Back to the Boreal Station. I need to go down here. Ooh. You know what this means, though? I can equip my not too boring title track and watch Menlo breakdance. Obviously the most important part of everything. Watching Menlo breakdance. I'm gonna ID this stuff a bit easier. There's the Shunlai chests. Anything I really want to change with my bar? I don't think so. These geodes usually do not salvage well at all.
Hello, traveler.
Hello. All right, let's go talk to Dinosaur. By talk to, I mean roast with fire. Yep. Roast with fire. I don't know. Anton's probably not ideal, but I don't care. I'm bringing him with me anyway. Hello, machine crew member. I am here for the, is this the bodyguard bounty thingy?
What now?
Apparently I dress like a dredge and I smell worse, so, you know,
How
what's
can
that?
I help?
Excuse me. Hiccups are the weirdest thing. Okay, so I just need to go all the way over to the other side of the map. No biggie. No biggie. And this is why I said I was going long today compared to what I normally do. I knew this quest is a little bit lengthy. Atengu is watching me intently. Apparently they don't like what they see. I don't know what that can get. This is a good spot to capture ineptitude if you want it, by the way. Kemal the Inept is around here somewhere. Much better than going all the way up to friggin' Mineral Springs to go get it, let me tell you that much. Maybe I should have brought more hex removal. What is the main damage type I need to worry about here? I want to make Aeromancer's Armor, but my Aeromancer's Armor is supposed to be Cursic, and I don't have enough Amber yet. There's Kemal the Inept. I feel like Aeromancer's Armor would be the preferred armor variety here, though.
Why are you bothering me?
Because I don't have enough kills, that's why I'm bothering you. I think you'd be a lot less bothered by me if I had more kills. I heard those gold coins drop. You know, as much as I kind of like having loud battle music, I also kind of miss not having loud battle music. In retrospect, Epidemic for General Morgan is probably suboptimal right now with this party config. I guess it's not the worst, but... Mesmer has a lot of really nice no-attribute utilities, now that I think about it. Ooh, bonus reputation points. I like the sounds of that. I could use some additional reputation. I could also use not auto-attacking through ineptitude, so I think I'm going to try that. Gorodons are pretty nasty. I don't think I need to go down that way, though. I need to kind of go around this way. I've liked upgrading my bodyguard status, but whatever. Just need 2,000 more, roughly.
You need me?
That's a start. Okay, these Angorodons can get what's for. The irony, of course, is that Anton is the one who could most use It's Just a Flesh Wound when fighting these guys, if he's the one going in close proximity, but he's not the one who has it, so. I want to clear out some of these wandering patrols, because I don't want them to interrupt me while I'm fighting the Alpha Tyrannus. Too much likelihood of a lot of pain. Get some of these regular Tyrannus out of here. We don't want them. They're not fancy enough or something. Well, the good news is setting something on fire for 11 seconds does a good enough job. I don't want to go all the way down there for that chest. This is still like an extra too much aggro. Hey everyone, I want your attention please, thank you. Alpha Tyrannus is primary target. Excellent. Let's clear a little bit of the rest of this stuff out. There we go. This Ratodon's using Stoneflesh Aura is quite the potent tanking force. I don't know why I'm still fighting these things. I just need to leave. But I have this Rampage bonus. It's very compelling. Okay, that concludes what I need to do for that quest, so let's go turn it in. I don't need to worry about clearing my inventory on stream, so we will worry about that later. I can leave this party. I don't need them with me. I think it's better if I don't. Well, a couple salvages. Couple salvages. All right. Lieutenant Thackery, I have good news. I come bearing foodstuffs. Ah, my good friend returns victorious, and just in time, too. Our host should be here shortly to gather your catch. Here, please take this for all your troubles. It's the least I can do. And here comes Helga the Cub and Brartak the Glutton, who has an awful lot of R's in the name. What have you got today, my small friends? I can smell the uncooked flesh of your prey from outside the hall. It makes me hunger. Oh, nothing fancy. Just a prime Tyrannus from deep within the treacherous jungles of the south, a particularly elusive black moa from the shadows of the old forest, and a few mirage abogas, at the perfect stage of ripeness, might I add, from the garden of Sabraheen in Vabi. You managed to travel across 3 continents, hunt these great beasts, and return here in such a short time? Quite impressive. I wish I could hunt as well as you. Well, Helga, you are still just a kid. A kid who is taller than me. And you doubted me when I told you who would be hunting. All I said was that, if you were looking for replacements for your clan, selecting Mighty Norn would make more sense. You selected those closest to him and his bride. There's more to families than just hunting, despite what my father may say. Yes, I suppose you're right. Come now, we must bring this food to Olafsted, so we can prepare it for the feast. Fine, but I'm carrying the catch this time. I don't want the food to arrive with teeth marks like before. I wonder what this before was that they're referring to, but it doesn't really matter. It's a good line of dialogue. I am a firm believer that cooking is an optional step in the consumption process. I don't happen to have anything to say, do you? Nope, doesn't look like it. That's some fun dialogue. Hello, Thackery. Ah, there you are. Things have been interesting ever since the Norn got involved, but it seems we're finally set to begin the ceremony. I can't imagine it happening without you there, so we've waited. You'll attend, won't you? I would be honored to attend the wedding. Your party will be brought to Olafsted to take part in the festivities. Are you ready to depart? Yes, I am. Reward, you join Kieran Thackery's party. I love that quest reward description. Among our people, it is a great honor for an individual to stand above all others, to be recognized as the best at their life's calling. but it is perhaps a greater honor to find the person who is your equal, the one who matches your every move, who you can never overshadow, and who you would never want to. To join with the one worthy of sharing in our hunt is a rare and blessed occasion, and we have gathered here today to witness such a union. Witness before you Kieran Thackery, who here will stand before Bear and speak for his courage. I will. I have stood beside Kieran Thackery in battle, and witnessed his bravery. If not for his cunning, my tale would have surely met its final chapter at the hands of the deadly three-tailed devourer. Witness before you Gwen, who here will stand before Bear to speak of her courage. I will. Hey Gwen. This isn't exactly the wedding I had always pictured as a child, but this is still the happiest day I can remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me. For us. Hey Olaf. What have you to tell me? So, Gwen has survived the searing, Gwen has stood against the threat of the Flame Legion, or Gwen has managed to put up with Kieran. How about Gwen has stood against the threat of the Flame Legion? These all have slightly different dialogue, and I can read the alternatives after the primary ceremony itself. This is what? The wedding, I think. Just get it primed on things here. So it just changes the line that we have here. So how about Gwen has stood against the threat of the Flame Legion? Gwen has stood against the Flame Legion, the greatest threat to her homeland. She has persevered and won great victories in a war against superior forces. A worthy accomplishment indeed. That resolve will be of great use as you tackle greater challenges together. On this day, their hunt becomes the same. Let there never be a battle where your back is left open. Let there never be a night without one to stand guard. Kieran Thackery, when your last arrow has flown, will you still have the strength to stand beside Gwen? I will. Whatever may come, I will be her strength when she has none left to give. Gwen, when your last illusion has shattered, will you have the strength to stand beside Kieran? I will. If we've managed to come this far together, then we can overcome anything. Then the story of your new life together starts now. May your love be as the flame that forever rages against the eternal winter. Let your tale be a worthy one that passes down through the ages. You share in all the glory and the hardships, the joys and the sorrows, and the adventures that are yet to come. Most importantly, let us share a drink in celebration. Everybody kind of scatters. Hey, Nick. Okay, so, there's a bunch of other things to go see here, but first, the other options. So Gwen has survived the searing. We can say, Gwen has survived the searing, the greatest tragedy to befall Ascalon. She did not break, but took strength from this misfortune, and became the proud warrior that she is today. To survive, it took great cunning and the will to better herself. All these attributes inspire you to greater heights, that your combined tales may be glorious. We'll read the other one in a moment. When I was a little girl, I often dreamed about what my wedding would be like, says Gwen. Her special bouquet offhand. And was it anything like this? Not in the slightest. Nor are you who I thought I would end up with. Hey! But that's just the thing. This isn't about what I thought I wanted. It's about what I need. And what I need is you. Thank you for not giving up on me. I would never. For as long as I draw breath, I am yours. As long as the stars... Hey, lovebirds! Why not give us a kiss? Oh, by the six, forget it. Some things are meant to be private. Come on, Kieran, let's get out of here. Thank you for everything. The stay never would have been possible without you. I mean, we are forever in your debt. As you will, my love, from this day forth. We travel together. You're unlocked, Kieran Thackery. Leader of the Ebon Falcons and formerly a ranger of the Ebon Vanguard, his path has led him from the life of a solitary hunter to being a seasoned commander. He now travels with his wife Gwen. Her battles are now won with his own. And the other line, Gwen has put up with Kieran for this long. If she can do that, then nothing can come between them. Ha! It is perhaps the greatest burden to suffer the company of another. This must truly be love. Okay. Olaf, anything else for you to say?
Huzzah!
Whatever you were to tell me. Okay. Nothing else here. Hey, Jorah.
Hail, Lowlander.
A fine Norn wedding, if ever I've seen one. May neither of them ever hunt alone again. Hey, Ogden.
Hail and
Here's an open bar. May the great dwarf give me strength. An open bar. Hey, Vec.
Interesting.
An Norn wedding is all fine and well, but if you want to see a real party, you should see an Asuran wedding. No one is allowed to leave until the precise calculation is made for how much love is in the air. Nothing says I love you like complex algorithms. Hey, Professor Yackington. No, not Vec. Professor Yackington. The Dolyak. Oh, doesn't say anything. Hey, Nick. It feels like only yesterday that Gwen was chasing after adventurers outside of Ascalon City. I'm glad that she has finally been able to find a bit of her own happiness, especially after all that she's been through. By the way, I was thinking of giving her some handmade hairpins as a wedding gift. If you could find me 3 berserker horns, I should be able to fashion a nice set for her. Just kidding. I got a few from one of the Vanguard scouts a little while ago. There's some serious action going on over there. Hey, Lawrence. Norn weddings, on average, cost 47% less for decorations and organizational overhead when compared to Ascalonian weddings. However, they usually end up costing about 65% more when it comes to food and beverage costs. With the types of guests I'm seeing here, I'm glad I'm not the one footing the bill. One of those interesting little details, like Norn weddings are stylistically simple but have a huge amount of food at them. And it's that sort of detail. And like the other thing that's a really cool detail here is that to the Norn, like what makes worthy partners is like the accomplishments they've had in life. And I think that's really interesting. And like the way that that's kind of presented, you see that also in some of the quests earlier in the Norn territories, with either Ulrin or Olaf himself, and they're falling for your character, but then you overshadow their accomplishments and they can no longer see you as equal. You're greater than them. And that sort of thing that they have going on is a really interesting factor. Hello, Rigo Bolin.
Dwayna's blessing upon you.
I scouted the area earlier to make sure that we wouldn't have centaur trouble during the wedding. Fortunately, all we really have to worry about is if we brought enough food for the reception. Hey, Koro. Gwen looks absolutely stunning in that wedding dress, don't you think? Of course you do. I'm not called Great Vanguard Koro for my spellcasting ability alone. No one else in the Vanguard could have helped select the outfits for this occasion. It would be kind of cool if you could unlock the wedding outfit for Gwen post, and for Kieran for that matter, post. But it's unfortunately not a thing. You can, however, get the outfits as costumes for your character from the shop if you want to. Hello, Nola Shepherd. Once, when I was still learning the necromantic arts, I used bone minions to act out a wedding. The real thing is so much nicer, though, especially without the groom's arms falling off. I'm so happy for the both of them. And hello, Dian Fermati. There's not a real wedding without drinks. Hey, Aiden. I don't understand why someone would forsake the fine art of being a ranger to run around yelling at people, but I suppose I am somewhat biased. Yeah, so Kieran Thackery is a Paragon hero, not a Ranger hero. We already had 3 Ranger heroes, so they're trying to balance what professions things were. So I think that probably influenced some of Kieran's trajectory a bit. We should actually probably talk about that a little bit while I'm thinking about it. A lot of this, of course, Hearts of the North, is about Kieran's direction in life and trajectory. I said directory because I was combining direction and trajectory. Yeah, good old... What is that? Spoonerisms? Portmanteaus? Something like that. But got an actual word. Anyway, he goes from, like, he's leader of the Ebon Falcons, but he's a ranger. And a field agent. And so what's going on over the course of that is he's kind of having to, like, frankly, come to grips with Captain Langmar dying. I bet the grief from that is really strong. He's finding himself feeling, like, dejected about, like, he doesn't necessarily feel like he's entirely succeeded. So he comes across Miku, and she's kind of encouraging him in her own way to kind of, like, introspect and self-examine. And is encouraging him to kind of find, like, what he's truly capable of. And so it's just really sort of an interesting direction where she's asking, like, why are you relying on others all the time, sort of thing. But also kind of, like, needing somebody to rely on him in a way. And, like, if he doesn't have somebody to rely on him, he kind of, like, loses his identity. And what he's kind of finding is the strength, because it's a similar sort of thing, right? Somebody relies on you because you need them to rely on you versus because you have the strength to be relied upon are very different things. And so it's kind of this dependence on somebody to rely on him sort of thing that I think Miku is trying to highlight. And because he only feels like he can be strong for somebody else sort of thing. And what's going on with that is she's like, look, it's about be careful of what you're projecting, right? Because he's looking for somebody to rely on him because he's relying on other people sort of thing is kind of what her take is, I think. So the overall course of his trajectory is to grow in self-confidence and in his ability to actually be a leader. Rather than... It's kind of weird. Like, the way that it feels is kind of like it popped up, where it was down here and then it popped up to a better spot. So it's interesting to think about what they're doing with that. And all of that. Hello, Devona. I can hardly believe that the little girl I knew from Ashford just got married. It makes me think it's about time for me to settle down. Of course, I'm taking this a whole lot better than Sin is. Yeah, we'll talk to her in a moment. Hey, Eve. I don't know what's more enjoyable, the wedding itself, or waiting to see how long it takes Sin to light Menlo on fire. Hey, Sin. I remember Gwen from when she was 10 years old. 10! And she got married before me? Someday I'm going to get tired of waiting for a certain monk to propose. Hey, Menlo. Oh, Rex and Polaris, it's great to see you. No, you're not interrupting anything. Please, come, let's get caught up. No, really, don't leave me alone with her. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to think about that sort of progression of what they have going on with his character. They didn't necessarily have to go that direction, but certainly a way that they can take it. Hey, Helga. After seeing how you humans celebrate, I've been eager to see how you enjoy a Norn celebration. Isn't this great? This is a reference to the fact, so she's involved in Winter's Day stuff. We didn't really see her, but keep in mind that a good deed, which kind of kicks off this whole chain, because we have kind of like the War and Kryta from like the Gwen and Kieran story standpoint, we have War and Kryta sandwiched between a good deed quest chain and then Hearts of the North, which we're just wrapping up now. And so having that kind of sandwiched in between makes it easy to forget because there's so much that's happened. But Helga the Cub is, and Bartak the Glutton for that matter, and probably Galbraum the Intoxicated come from Winter's Day quests, which, I mean, I wasn't doing Winter's Day stuff this year, but they come from Winter's Day quests, and so they see how humans celebrate Winter's Day, and so this is kind of reciprocating that is kind of what's going on here. Hello, Bartak. Seconds? I'm going back for sevenths. What? Huh? Yes, I would like another drink. Thanks for offering. Hello, Valgar Tempest Crafter. A fine Norn wedding this turned out to be. I knew this was a feat worthy of my mighty prowess. Because, of course, he is the wedding planner. And now we have the last few here. Hello, Vale.
Hello, traveler.
3, 2, 1. There. The charges I placed in that char camp should have just detonated. and they thought this wedding would spare them from a quick death at my hands. Seems about right for Vale. Hello, Casey.
What do you need?
I'm so happy for Kieran and Gwen. I always knew he would win her over eventually.
What do you need?
I have a detailed transcript of the ceremony, should anyone need it, says Artificer Milnix. And of course, we have Kimmy as the historian, who has some really amusing dialogue. Perhaps now they'll stop flirting and bickering in the Hall of Monuments, as if I weren't standing right there. Because of course he is standing right there. I like that line. These Vanguard warriors are just here, being Vanguard warriors.
Dwayna's blessing upon you. What do you need?
So there's nothing else in particular. They left already. But that means now we can go add Kieran to my party. So let's go ahead and do that. So there's a couple of interesting things about Kieran, actually. First of all, we'll find him down here. So we can have now Kieran and Gwen both in our party. But the thing that you'll notice is he is wielding a bow. He doesn't automatically come with Ranger Secondary. He does not have the ponytail she doesn't like. But this is a very weird green bow, because it's actually upgradable. You can add weapon mods to it. It's very unusual, very strange in that regard. So it's kind of an interesting thing that they did with that. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up in the Hall of Monuments here. I might talk some more about Hearts of the North stuff in tomorrow's stream, which will start Winds of Change, but if, I have more thoughts develop over the time. So we have Kieran, Thackery, and Gwen. Of course, I can bring them with me. We've got duplicates, which is great. So hey, Kieran. Hello, friend. And Gwen is, of course,
How can
here.
I help?
So, and I can, of course, obtain the bow and replay those if I want to. But they can now travel with me as part of my party, so that's really cool. Hey, Ravager, you, welcome. You have arrived just as I'm wrapping up my stream, which is a little unfortunate. I just finished Hearts of the North. So I'm planning on starting Winds of Change, tomorrow. Of course, yeah. It happens. But hello, welcome. Welcome. Going through the lore of things. Just finished the War in Kryta earlier today, and Hearts of the North through the sort of the bulk of the rest of the day. So I feel like I should say something more about that, but I literally just got done talking about some of it, so just unfortunate how timing works out sometimes. Alrighty, take care, Ravager. Thanks for dropping by. So yeah, if anybody's interested in watching me begin a lore-focused playthrough of Winds of Change, that will be starting tomorrow. You can follow me to get notified when that goes, when I go live with that. Or I have my Discord, where I'll also make mention of when I go live with that. The VOD of this will, of course, be here on Twitch, but it'll be going up on my YouTube channel as well. But yeah, I like what they do with trying to put this story together. Of course, Kieran, Thackery, and Gwen are the ancestors of Logan Thackery from Guild Wars 2, so this is another thing kind of setting some of that up and how they get together. But for now, they've just gotten together, and Kieran Thackery can join this guy on adventures now. So yeah, I feel like that's most of what I had to say. Any other random thoughts about War of Kryta or Hearts of the North? Nothing's immediately coming to mind, so instead of prattling on about nothing in particular, I'm going to go ahead and finish wrapping up then. So yes, like I said, I will be back tomorrow with Winds of Change. That'll be continuing, or beginning rather, I should say, but continuing the Guild Wars Beyond playthrough, and that'll be happening on Gerudo Senso, my assassin, who played through factions, so it seems appropriate to conclude that on him. But for now, thank you all very much for watching, and until next time, everyone, take care, and goodbye.